Ow. Well, I was gonna kill him, you know, to assert my dominance, but clearly, I am the sub in this relationship.
So what are you not gonna shoot this time?
Time for a field test.
The Yoru clone. There it is. And it shakes the entire map.
Courtesy enough.
And WWE choke slams me now. Just kill him again. Yeah. Okay, Horaloo. Let's go.
Now I fight as Horaloo. Warrior!
Nope, he got me. It's over, team. It's gonna icy wind again. Do I think we survive it? Here's the question. Do we survive the icy wind? Reed! Let's go! Reed is a god. That's what we're talking about. Yes! Good work, Reed. Good work. Well. Heal. He comboed me with the rocks. I don't know what to do. Yeah. Thank you for the following bottoms. Screaming. I am screaming.
Our Father, who art in code, random be thine packs, they drop right scarce, thy wrath be fierce for those who pull on all. Give us this day our ultra rares, and forgive those who run out of packs to open, as we forgive the people who made that a thing. And lead us not to rare or common cards, and deliver us from cards that we don't need. For thine are the game mechanics, and the rules, and the broken keyboards forever and ever. Latum.
I'm sorry, did you just come up with all of that?
Probably never. Well, sooner than you think, but yeah, never. They just love it when you're here, don't they?
Ow, they really do.
Oh, I didn't record my microphone. Ow!
Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna definitely.
Ow.
I'm gonna make this right.
Yeah, it's so painful.
I'm here like looking at it and I'm like, okay, it's still okay. There you go. It ended.
Pain. So much pain. I think I have a concussion.
Hold on, pull me back.
I can't do that.
You know what you can do?
Your mom.
No, because that's just stop trying to bang my mother. Stop it. Stop. I do not consent.
It's not your
Nope.
consent I need, Beepo.
I don't care.
You want
No.
a chip? Skylark? Yes. I want the chip Skylark teeth shine. I think I had one pot left.
Of death is unbound. Between us shrouded by this dark fate.
I'm literally just wandering around and exploring though. Nope, too soon. Now I die. You guys saw nothing. Nothing happened.
Fine.
Right.
It's fine.
I mean, in Rumi's defense, Rumi did not kill me.
You know what? Next time I'll just sketch it for you.
Let's be honest. I died, so they should vote Panda out.
Just save it as a clip next time.
Yeah, I'm gonna need the clip.
I need to go back. I need that clip. I need the Panda murdering me as I tell the story. I need to go clip that. They killed.
30 seconds left.
I'm back.
Nice.
Good job.
Spike planted. Cutting through.
Oh, so smart, bro!
No! Boo boo.
A bit of ship in chat. Okay, so anyways, I have bubblegum.
I am unhinged tonight apparently, guys. I need to be stopped.
Exclamation mark throw.
Calcian, thank you for the 1,000 bits, but what just happened?
Hurry up, you don't want to run out.
You broke my neck.
Oh, I can't wait to see these.
I'm gonna put my nuts in your mouth. Excuse me? What? Karkami? Nani? Find the color in my system. And whenever the lights get a single color, you get 3 different light shades of it. The proper color is starting the second one, every third after that. It's always the one at the bottom of the little loops. None may enter the Erd tree. What a shock. What a surprise. I am picked. Okay, so here's the plan. I don't get immediately slapped by this dude.
Just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
I'll see you guys later.
Get into it because they would never understand.
Secondarium, you've got to be the boss. Don't settle for the secretarium. Anyone can play a baby or a centenarium. Play it with your friends or even with your adversariums. Any time of year is fine in May or Januarium. There's no excuse to not play Dictionarium.
Dictionarium, Dictionarium. With words you will not find in the librarium. Dictionarium, Dictionarium. This time you broaden your vocabularium.
By the time you finish playing, you will be...
Yeah, Cat gets Drain Kiss. I don't think Cat's coming into this gym. I think Cat is gonna fight the Psychic gym for sure. An aerial ace wouldn't be bad to have. It's not stab, which hurts. Oh, you can learn shadow. No ball, that's kind of sick actually. We can be...
I'm
not able to make both VIP and moderators, so there's...
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
So, yeah.
No, I swear I already made you VIP. That's the thing. That's the thing. You guys know me and my... Fuck,
Yeah.
how am I supposed to squeeze these?
Well, see, my original problem was I only had like 10 VIP slots, and now I have a lot more than 10.
You know what else you have a lot more?
These nuts.
No, I was just...
So I heard you like League of Legends. The worst pickup line in the history of pickup lines.
Wait, this isn't it. I thought I was logging into my old account.
Smallest Antares.
Would you like to be bigger, Peepo?
I would like to be IRL canonically bigger.
Okay.
Thank you.
You don't want to be fun size.
I mean,
Oh, hi, hi, Sage.
Small. I want to be canonically bigger.
Hello. What's up? How's it going? Greetings. You guys do not hear me double, right? I see a second bar popping. But it should not be outputting. I had to reset everything up today. Ow. But hiya, Adrian. How you doing? It's been a while. Very nice. So many rehearsals and a lot of work of your butt. For many days, but you had a lot of fun. Good. Rehearsals can be fun. I mean, performances can be a lot. I hope you did have a good time. You know what? We need pumpkin lights. I really need to make that one command, but you know what? It's fine. But hello. I may be seeming a little crisper today. Things may be working a little better. And that is because I reinstalled Windows and basically everything on my computer today. But yeah, so things are running much better after a fresh install. We're not, hard peaking into like dangerous CPU temperature and territories. So that's good. And what that's done is really means I've got like a solid 60 FPS going on my model, which is nice. Usually we're down like, sub 30. But now we're cruising. And yes, it is spooky month, which means ghost, skeleton, and trick or treat are working commands. I got tricked already. Rip. So go ahead and use the things if you want. The cooldowns basically whenever they end. They'll become channel point things later once I fix that up. But I'll have a little work to do on that once, October is over. But yeah. Let's see. Announce many things from me today. I basically spent the whole day reinstalling things on my computer and playing Pokemon Unite when I could. And I did not get very far in my climb. But it's fine. It's fine. I got all the important things reinstalled, and by that I mean everything but Valorant. I do need to reinstall Valorant, but I wanted to run a base test of how all of this stuff is working before I do Valorant install. Lee, hello.
You're
welcome.
such a
Welcome. How are you? How are you doing? Are you having a good morning? But hellos. Ooh, you know what? You know what I think? I think lead lights would look really nice in skulls. Yeah. Because we have that like dark gray and we have the white. Yeah. Trying to vibe this morning. I feel you. I feel you. I'm doing pretty good. My computer cleaning was successful today. Everything kind of like worked out nicely. Let me fix my mic. There we go. And it's going, you know, pretty well on that front, which is nice. I like it. It might mean I can play Valorant with my model on. The dream. The dream. But we'll see. I need to play Harbor still. I haven't gotten a chance to really play with him. And he looks super cool. And I'm interested and I want to do it. But I haven't had a chance. I've been so busy the last couple weeks. And then my internet was mean to me. Internet, don't be mean today. I'm looking at you. Don't do it. Internet, I know you're thinking about it. No mean. No more bean Valo. Okay, I'm not saying no more bean Valo. You see, we can always add the bean. But I would like to use my model. Like, I spent so much time making this model. I want to use it. But sometimes it's just mean. Better not take away bean. No, I'll just make it like a redeem that people can turn me into a bean. I don't have that toggle right now. Or I do it. But I had to reset up my OBS. Well, a lot of my OBS stuff, not all of it. Like, you know, most of this stuff still works. So see, I can still do my little womp, slidey boy. All of the throwing stuff still works as a demonstration. Ow, ooh, ow, ooh, ow, ooh, ow. That's all there. Bean toggle sounds kind of, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna let people turn me into a bean while I'm doing stuff. And I think it'd be fun. Ow. Why did that all go at the same time? That should not have all, ow. There should be a slightly longer delay between the throwing. I'll have to tweak that later. But thank you for throwing things at my face. As it is October, we can also do bones. We can do candy. And you can bonk me with ghosts. Yeah. Good stuffs, good stuffs. Oh, and of course, you can make me stop. For all of your throwing based needs, I want to make the stop. Ow. At least it was sweet. I want to make the stop signs stick, but they like stick in an awkward direction. Sometimes it doesn't move as well as I'd like it to, so I just get hit with them. I might make it so people can bonk me with a giant stop sign. We'll see. I'll boo bonk. Hello, Leon Vex. I see you. I see you. But yeah. Things coming up. I've been picking up SWOTR again because I like SWOTR, and I have some friends who are like, yeah, you want to play SWOTR? I'm like, yeah, I want to play SWOTR. I have been told I need to play some Overwatch 2 with people. We'll see. Malik, greetings. Greetings, good sir. Look at this man.
Since
look at
Vogue
him.
is a French girl, I will sing the only French song that I know.
There's a
And
French?
it's in my voice range. Alouette, 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 jonte, alouette, alouette, je t'ai plumaré. Alouette, jonte, alouette.
I love this man is walking around half naked in the gym singing. Singing on a watch.
Do the front double one time.
Amazing. Amazing. Malik, sir, I see you have noticed that Tale of the Immortal have added their third thingy, and you can now get little pet boys. And I finally need to break into whatever golden. I need to break out a golden core or whatever to finally play with it. I started playing the game again. Yeah, it's Pokemon. I want to play that with the Elder Dragon Soul at some point. So I can just have all the things on the field. I need it. But I gotta get out of Golden Core. And I'm working on it. And also go wood. Oh, you go wood for it? Ah, those wicked summons. I always went rock for the summon. Hey, there's Sky. Hello. I always went rock secondary for summon. But yeah, I like it. Valo. Yes, I need to play more Valo. And hopefully with cleaning my computer up today, I'll be able to do it.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
An appropriate boo bonk. Very nice. Your first ace. Very proud of you. Very good. But yes, today I reinstalled basically everything on my computer, which means I am missing most of my Stream Deck's toggle thingies, but I got the emotions. So we got the important bits. It doesn't mean I cannot appear as a bean automatically though. I was thinking of words. Yawning. Sleepies, go away. Don't make me crack an energy drink at 8 p.m. because I'll do it. Tonight is Jackbox 9. I don't know what these games are yet, but I'll throw the poll up. Whoa, hey, why are you in the... I'm talking here. Why are you in the middle? Let's fix this. We use you and you go over there. That's better. Some energy drinks. Ah, yes. Yes. Oh, Liam, don't threaten Sky with a good time. Yeah, you're not ready for that. You underestimate Sky. But yeah, today we are doing Jackbox 9. These are our game choices today. We have Fibbage 4 in 2 modes. One which is like trivia lying, and the second is personal lying. And then we have Roomerang, which is apparently a roommate picking thing. I don't know. Then we have Junktopia, which is like giving junk relics some kind of history. And I'm not entirely sure what non-sensory and quicksort are. So we're gonna have to find out. I did very little research on these. But yeah. You can go ahead and vote. I think it's only 1 vote per person on this one, because I need to go and reset everything. I forgot about resetting this, the details as I was fixing that. I realized I didn't go and change it because it's like cached locally. So I'm gonna go tweak it. But yeah. We'll see. Other than that, now that I have newfound computer powers, because things are cleaned up a little bit, we may have to get Valorant back into our rotation. Jackbox is my thing, TBH, but I might as well make you try a new game. Feel free. If you want to hang around, you can always get in the audience as well and like participate, but like not be the focus of the game. Why is my... I felt like my mouth was like not tracking when I was speaking for a second, and it might have just been the way I was sitting. I was like leaning back, and I think my mic was between the camera and my mouth. It's fine. We're getting there. Oh, that was the thing I wanted to test actually. Are these working properly? They are not. They're not even close. The captions. Can you remind me again with the 2 Fibbages since I haven't seen this before? Well, Fibbage, normally the one without the parentheses, Fibbage 4, is going to be like a trivia question. And everybody's gonna have to come up with lies for it. And the idea is you want to get people to pick your lie. So it'd be like, what trick was Tony Hawk like famous for? I don't know the answer. I don't know why I picked Tony Hawk. And you're gonna have to pick something. You can like type different things. Some people like a 720 twisty McFlip thing. Someone else will be like an ollie. And you can just put stuff in there. And the idea is to get people to pick your lie. The second one is not random trivia. You get a question like, what is your favorite movie? And then you answer it honestly. And then everybody else has to make a lie or try to get people to put an answer that they think would convince people and deceive other people to get their answers. So we'll see like Adrian's favorite movie is blank. And then we'll see like a bunch of options. One of them is the real one you entered, and the other ones are lies. Yeah. They're fun. I haven't played any of the games in this pack. It's a great way to let people know of your favorite fetishes and or how many times you've nearly died. It is true. Also, welcome, Iagra. Now you got that in your brain? Yes. I mean, that's how it works. A ghost. Goodbye, ghost. Iagra, I reinstalled Windows on my computer today and then had to reinstall all of my software. And my computer is much faster. And my model runs at a normal speed. I no longer have those issues I was having. I mean, we're not pushing like Valorant, so we'll see. But yes. Yes, I am less concerned about the quality of models I make now because it was not the model. Which reminds me, I need to work on my model upgrades again. The MUBA must be increased. I'm going to harass, bother, bug, ask questions of some of my art friends on some direction. No, not booba. MUBA. MUBA. I made Sky happy. I'm too big. Now I'm an appropriate size. But yes. No, it's just like I'm ow. Bones. Yeah, screw him up a bit. I do need to get 4 more badges. We do need to finish Radical Red. It is on my list. I've just been obsessed with Pokemon Unite and Gundam Evolution for a little bit. And I was having fun playing those on streams. So we'll see. Radical Red is coming back. It is. Don't worry. We will finish the game. It's going to happen. Hopefully next week. We're going to play more. We have, just gotta get, we do have to get the set. We do. It's true. At least when we're, well, I think our next time we do Radical Red, I think it's Sabrina. Because I think last time we beat Giovanni 1, and we beat Chuck in the fighting gym, right? Not really the gym, but the fighting dojo. That's what it is. So the next one up is the psychic gym. It's Sabrina. I think we're just going right into it. So maybe I'll do some prep like this weekend or something to prepare. And then we can, what's it called? I'll just like go and rare candy literally everybody up to like the playable level. To do side Radical Red. I mean, I could do side Radical Red. But if I was gonna do that, I could do like Row, which is a randomized open world Emerald, which is you can start anywhere in Pokemon Emerald and everything scales with your gym badges. So like you could start in Sutopolis and take that as the first gym. Only 1 vote? Yeah, I broke it. I'll fix it next time. See, remember how I had to reinstall everything? I forgot that it wiped the cache of the poll settings, and I can't change them mid-poll. So I will fix it after this poll. File. But yeah. I am breaking all this stuff. You know how I am. Let me also prep a code thingy, right? Get your morning R so I lurky. Thank you for the lurk, Lee. Have a good morning. We'll use this guy. It won't be as pretty as it usually is. It's fine. Lee is indeed an upside down friend, yes. But yeah. Yes, okay. I'm working on the model upgrades. I'm gonna try to copy the eyes over, maybe early next week as well, because I changed my eyes. Okay, well, I didn't change the art for the eyes. I changed the rigging, which lets me be much more expressive, and I want them. So we're gonna have to get those over onto this model, and I think I can just kind of like drag them over if I make all the parameters, but we're gonna see. We're gonna see. Besides that, I'm working on the bot upgrades. I made a cleaner way to create patterns and save them and load in patterns and images. And that's gonna be a big step forward to making it a little more dynamic and useful, and a thing that like other people could use. We're gonna see. I'm also noticing that I talk in long run-on sentences and do not end, and the captions don't know how to handle that. I was trying to tweak my caption settings recently, because they're kind of like built into OBS and they work decently well. Decently being a strong word.
There's also a great opportunity to traumatize Antares with all of my near-death experiences though. So far. Iagra, well, then. Waggles eyebrows. Iagra, I'm all out of bits for the awkward flirting than the cost of the near-death experiences you've had in your life. D. Iagra, not sure I remember this one. Iagra, calzones are food. That's good enough for me. Being a 7 feet 3 inches orc in Mortal Online, no problem.
Bethany Royal, welcome. Hi, how are you?
Height in other channel.
Welcome back. The Iagra impersonation, perfect for today. Perfect. But yes, Spooktober bot things are still live. You can change the lights to like bats, and spooky things. Like we can do lights, witch hat, lights, Halloween. We got Halloween color on witch hats. You can summon your little skeletons. You can haunt me with a little ghosty boy. There he is. Hi, ghosty boy. You can trick or treat. You can play with the lights. You can do all kinds of things. They're there. Other than that, we have our channel point thingies you can play with. Neat hats. Aren't they nice? I think they're pretty. I think they're nice. I think they're fun. Other than that, I don't know. I was trying to think and I ran out of brain power. Maybe I do need an energy drink. But yeah, I'll give you guys a little bit longer to vote on what game we're going to start on because everybody has voted for something different. And don't get me wrong, I'll pick. I'll do it. Other way around. Yeah. There you go. I want to make more bot games as well. I'll use them responsibly. Gambles them all. Scan it. Thank you. Yes. Sometimes I'm scared of Iagra's responses to things. But you know what? That's a good clip, Adrian. And because of that, you get points because I feel like it. And by I feel like it, I mean everybody gets points if they make good clips. I reward good clipping. Yes. Where am I? What do you mean? You mean con? I don't know. We just started. I don't know. I see people here. It's you guys. I see you guys. But yeah, those are the important updates. The other things this week, we're going to be aiming for some Radical Red, some community stuff next weekend as well. I had other words. I need to crack an energy drink. I'm going to do that. Give me 1 second. They really do. Okay, it was like 40 seconds. Don't sue me. The like wrapper on the case was being real annoying. But we got there. But yeah. Let me think. Anything else important? I have some Gundams I want to build, and I've been debating if I want to build them like on stream or in like Discord or something. They might be a Discord activity. We'll see. So hey, look, there's the Discord link. How convenient. But yeah, I need to do more things just like in my Discord server. That's on my list. Just, you know, a thing I just need to do. I'm super excited because we have God of War and Pokemon coming out next month. I'm going to plan to stream both of those. I'm like really torn though, because it's gonna be hard for me to stream between the 10th and the 20th when the game comes out. So I might play a run myself and then stream a second run. Maybe we'll stream like a Nuzlocke playthrough of it. Which means you guys won't get my like first reaction to everything, which would be sad. But I can't avoid the spoilers once the game drops. It's gonna be impossible. The musical you're in is starting to come all together. Very nice, very nice. We'd love to hear it. I'm excited for you. But yeah. That's the future state of games. We also have New World getting their fresh servers on November 2nd. I have a handful of friends in like a bunch of different places who are like, yeah, that might be the queue to play again. And I'm low-key kind of down. I think we're gonna be doing some New World. And we can just, you know, have some chill time while I'm playing New World and chilling. And by playing New World, I mean mining iron for like 12 hours straight. Because that's New World. That's okay. The implementation of like real ranked PvP has a certain Reggie very excited. So we'll see where we get with that stuff. But I might be playing that with some friends. And honestly, we might be streaming some of that because I think it'd be fun to stream. If I can make it work. We'll see. We'll see. New World is not the most optimized game in the world. And the cities can get a little messy. But I'm sure there's some settings we can mess with and make it a little cleaner to like, you know, to stream. Yawns, go away. Energy drink, do your job. Chase away the sleepies so that I may play Jackbox with full energy. Yes. But okay. You guys have about another minute to pick what game we're playing, or I will pick for us. And we'll see what we get. But yeah, what have you guys all been up to? I mean, I know Adrian's been working on the musical. I have, a bunch of projects on my plate, as always. I need to bother some real life people about some real life stuff as well. I'm planning a small gathering at my home, I think. I need to bother some of them. Yes, I'm looking at you. I know you hear me. Is that a Yas Queens I see? Welcome, Yas. You are in time for Fibbage 9. We just kind of chilling. I've been consuming caffeine in an attempt to get my energy up, so I can appropriately handle this. That was disgusting coming out of your mouth. Amazing. Breaking out the bacon. I see. Okay, last chance to get a say in what game we are starting with tonight. Going once. Going twice. Sold! We are playing some Fibbage. Enough about you. Is that a Weavy Boy I see? Welcome, Weavy Boy. Welcome. We should do a cooking stream where we wrap a bulb of garlic with bacon. I feel like we could do that, but we should really do like, what's it called? Like a black garlic or something? Where we like kind of cook or ferment it a little bit. Because, I mean, I love garlic as much as the next guy, but like raw garlic is a little much. Calcian, hellos!
Wait, people worshipped Mulan? Weird.
We don't talk about how people worship Mulan. Or the fact that like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are basically in the game.
Backing off.
But okay, let me set up some Fibbage enough about you while we chats. All facts indeed. Okay, I think Cal gets bat lights. I think Cal colors are great bat light colors. Yes. But okay, as always, if you want to play Jackbox with us tonight, make sure you go to jackbox.tv and log in with your Twitch account. To do that, hit the 3 lines in the top left and the big purple Twitch button. If you don't do it, you're not getting in the game. That should now be a recording as well. Here is the link if you guys want to play while I get the game all set up. Cut the music. Play the Jackbox. Oh god, that's kind of loud. I made the little bat lights and I think they came out great. I think they're actually really fun. I also think they're great fireworks. Seemed okay stream side. Wait, what? Oh, the recording I just did? Because yeah, you can do this with the bats. Oh, volume? Okay. It can come back up a little bit. It was very loud in my ears, but I can turn it down. Fibbage! Look at this fancy loading. So the original Fibbage that we played, which I guess is Fibbage 3, right? was like very like 70s style. But we'll see. Oh, I forgot I have to do the thing. I don't have that button. Let me, whoop, there we go. I need to make that a button real fast before I forget. Oh gods, where are you? You need to be a, wow, there's so many new buttons now in the updates for things, which I appreciate. Source visibility, there we go. So I need maybe to make sure I hide the code so you guys can get the code appropriately. Oop. Aha, we have it set up now. Do we need to push some buttons? Eyebrow wiggles? Very nice, very nice. Okays, okays. Oh, hey, there's a QR code entry now. That's, you know, low-key kind of nice. Okay, the code is IYII. I am the sub in this relationship. Calcium, thank you for the gifted subby to Gambit. Where is my code menu? There we go. There's the code menu. I love these icons. Remember, if you're going to change your name, please change your name to something appropriate to like yourself. So like if Yas Queens wants to just be Yas, totally works. Or Adrian wants to be Adrian, please do that. Can't change your name again. You're Antares. I hate you. It's okay. I'm a turtle goose. Leon Vex, who is Antares 2, is a frog bat. I are you? What? What are you? Is that a pineapple with an eyeball? Yas is a shoebill cat. Adrian is a two-footed conch. Cal is a walking skull. Weaver, also known as necromancer, is clearly a moth crab. Amazing. An pineapple? Yes. Never mind. Yep. Okay. Yes. Yes. Yep. You did it. You solved it. That's what it is. It's an pineapple. Amazing. Okay, we have one spot left if anybody else wants to join us. If not, we're gonna get going in a second. I just realized, guys, with a new pack comes new outro songs. You are a shoe-billed cat. That is the head of a shoebill in the body of a house cat. New outro songs. New outro songs. Which ones are a gem? I don't know yet, but we're gonna find out. Like, the audio engineering in these games is always so good. I look forward to it. I look forward to it greatly. But okay. Last chance to join us in this game. Calcium, thank you for gifting a subby to Weavy Boy. But yeah, okay. Last chance to join the game. Going once. Going twice. So let us begin. Fibbage, enough about you.
I'm Cookie, and I assure you I am not a simulation. Okay, nerds? Now we're talking. This is enough players to officially be a smallish dinner party.
We would have a
And
nice dinner
if you're
party. It's true.
watching, you can join the audience at any time.
You can.
Audience members earn points by guessing the truth and fooling the players with their lies.
Mhm,
Let's
mhm.
play.
I love these weird animal
Right, listen up.
amalgamations.
You're gonna see a question about yourself on your device.
Yogurt for dinner,
Answer
hungry
with the
orc is
truth.
hungry.
During the game, you'll make
I understand.
up
Somebody get
lies
this
about
orcs
the
on
other
floor
players.
chickens.
You get 500 points for everyone you fool with your lies, 1,000 for finding the truth, and when the question's about you, you get reputation points for players who get the right answer. Good?
Street
Good.
turkeys.
Submit your honest
Wall
answer.
chickens. I don't know if you guys are gonna get that one, but it's gonna be fun. Remember, answer the prompt on your device before this line goes down. Hopefully, they kept all of the other really important innovations, like, device-based warnings for time. Yours should be obvious to those who know you. Very good. Mine might not be. We'll see.
First up, the best thing this player recently bought for less than $20 was blank.
I'd say a sub to
Now, get your
Antares,
device
but
to write a
Calcium
lie that'll
generously
fool the
gifted
others
it.
into thinking it's what this player really wrote. And if this question's about you, just sit back and enjoy the ride.
Yours is weird. Oh no. Can we just see who guesses the truth? I'm afraid. I also just saw somebody's tweet that said VTubers are anime Muppets, and I'm offended.
Okay, those are the choices. Guess the truth on
The
your
best
device
thing
now.
Weaver recently bought for less than $20 was white chocolate raspberry Kit Kat, Just Snacks, Rimworld DLC, Zombie Deco, some cortisone, a burger, the Rimworld expansion, a coffin made of plywood. Oh dear. I'm no Muppet, I'm a god. Oh, sorry. I am no
Let's see
Muppet,
what you
I'm a
picked.
God.
That does sound delicious though. Now I want snacks. It was me. That's a good one though. I put it as a joke because I was pretty sure it was more than $20. And then you actually put it, I'm like, amazing. Yes.
Okay, listen up.
Is
One
it
of this
good? I haven't
player's
gotten it yet.
Favorite birthday parties featured blank. All right, type in your lies.
Oh, ideology. Very nice. Very nice. I thought you were talking about biotech. Ideology was fun. I need to like play more of it. I never really finished a game in ideology. Not that one ever really finishes a Rimworld game, like ever. But yeah, you get my point. I'm watching my captions and they're so bad. Of time watching my captions and others sell at a learn sign language, but my hands don't
Come
work.
on now, let's get truthy.
Okay, one of my favorite birthday parties featured Dungeons & Dragons costume party, Sage, board games, a D&D game, D&D and Gundam models, charades, running around searching for pirate booty. A lot of clothes all over the floor. Well played, well played. Many of you clearly know me, but will you guess the right answer? I have a strange feeling it may not be what you expect. Which I feel like I can say because I think the delay is up for most of you. Speak of the devil, hi Sage! Hellos.
Okay, how do we do?
No, not a D&D game.
It's locked.
Well played though, Wavy boy.
Um.
I don't think it's what you guys expect. Nope. And then for Halloween one year, I got into VTubing. I do love D&D and Gundam models. This is true, but no, not really.
Not your best work.
It was a themed pirate party, and we did indeed run around searching for pirate booty. I don't think I've ever had a birthday party that involved D&D or Gundam models.
Donate it to a charity. They pick blank. Write your lies now.
If Calcium found $100 and needed to donate to a charity, they'd pick. Say Sage and Sage will appear. That's the greatest move. Yep. Swiggity Sweetie pirates love booty. More power to them, I guess. They do. Booty is great. It's true. You never know. That's how summoning works. You don't even know. And then all of a sudden you appear and you're like, how did I get here? And you're like, well, we summoned you. Yep. Oh, I just had a brilliant idea for a thing that I could have done for like Spooktober and I didn't do it. And I'm going to have to do it now. How? Nice, Scruffy.
Truth.
Okay, if Cal had $100 needed to donate to charity, they'd pick the Antares Starboy Support Fund, a blood bank, a political campaign, Feeding America, himself, nothing, the Red Cross, or My Kids Have Paws. How you doing, Scruffy? I was watching some God of War, you know, some Dad of Boy. Sorry, boy. Gameplay.
Fucking God.
I'm very ready for Ragnarok.
All right, who picked what?
The fuck? Oh my God. Holy shit.
Oh, boy, Blythe. Silly Weavy boy. Mike, is it pause?
Oh my God. Pat, you were amazing. No, I'm talking about
He's a blood god, guys. Thank you. I try. I was hoping you'd like my blood bank joke. For the record, Antares 2 is Leon Vex.
Try this one. This player would do anything to get invited to a party at Blank's house. Okay, enter those lies.
But thank you. I try. I'll be here all night. Ooh, what a good scruffy color. Bats are good.
There you go. Find the truth.
Okay. Lee and Dex would do anything to get invited to a party at Big Bird's house, Scarlett Johansson's house, Keanu Reeves' house, Wolf Blitzer's house, Adrian's house, Ryan Reynolds' house, Antares' house, or Anne Hathaway's house. I picked this because we've talked about him before, but I have a strange feeling I know who put this, and I may have walked right into a trap. It's fine. It's Cal. I'm looking at Cal.
Truth.
He doesn't have to do much to get invited to my house.
And it was also
amazing.
Not, it was also somebody's cheating off somebody.
Amazing. This was this wasn't Calcians. I thought this was Calcians. A good one. A good one. We both fell for it. Yeah. I was torn between Keanu Reeves and Ryan Reynolds. Keanu is a treasure. It's true. It's true.
Try this one on for size. When this player was bored in school, they would often daydream about blank. Answer your lies now.
When Adrian was bored in school, they would often daydream about hey yo, Jackbox buddies. We might need to send this to them later. The heart broke it. The heart might have actually broken it. Like the special characters might have broken it. You're right. That would be my first guess as a software designer. The less than probably, most likely. Most likely. That's amazing. Amazing.
All right.
Okay.
Where's the truth?
When Adrian was in school, they would often daydream about Dungeons and Dragons. Too many things I can't think of. Musicals, video games, cute boys, Victorian romances, playing my Nintendo 64, or the heat death of the universe. That one. But don't worry, heat death of the universe, we're working on that one. It'll eventually happen, but we'll keep it off for as long as we can. Humans don't have to worry about it. None of you will be playing around long enough.
Come on, show me what you picked.
Prevent, Weedy boy. It's up there on the list. Jackbox is lying. Orcs will be around though. Well, it depends what kind of orc we're talking about. The orcs you usually define as orcs? Probably not. If we're talking Warhammer, like 40k orcs, I'm pretty sure that just by believing they'll be around, they'll be around. Because they have that like weird ability to like bring whatever they believe into like reality.
And
like their guns work just because they think they work.
This player was blank. Submit your lies now.
Warhammer orcs are broken, and if they were smart enough, they'd be terrifying. But I'm pretty sure their whole thing is like an infinite, like, divine imaginative power, but like don't realize how it works, and so cannot like fully utilize it to conquer the universe. I'm glad, Adrian. I listen. I try. Big asterisk here. I don't know a ton about the Warhammer universe. I have a very surface level understanding. I know a lot of little lore tidbits, and like that's kind of it. Yeah, their ships work just because they think they work.
Time to seek the truth.
Okay, an odd insult someone once hurled at Iagra was, "Get your butt up, Chungo. You three-legged pussy. 8 eyes when I wore glasses. Big green dummy. You sit like a Victorian-aged lady. Endoplasmic reticulum. Small tusk. You're hot. Maybe?" like the color red, they think it makes things go faster, so they do. Yes, although to be fair, everybody knows racing stripes and flames do make things go faster. Haven't been insulted since like high school. Oh, I picked maybe a slightly higher brow insult than high school. And Adrian. Well played, Weavy Boy. Well played. Is this an insult? For the record, this is part of a cell. Weavy Boy running away with it.
Let's see what we got. Sometimes
Very nice, Aga. Very nice.
Sleep over a cringy moment that involved blank. Write your lies now.
A cringy moment. Lies and deceit are what I excel at. I thought that was necromancy and digging up corpses. Now we make up a lie about Yas Queens. And I think we should do ghost lights for Scruffy's colors.
Okay, these are
No, those are your passions. I'm bad at that. Sometimes Yas loses sleep over a cringy moment that involved a class presentation on Happy Face, a bad date, sitting in someone else's seat, a homeless person in New York City, Antares. That they are not a queen. I once accidentally ate hand sanitizer, unhappy face. That time I farted in front of the class. I feel like I might be getting played by Iagra, but we'll see. Oh yeah, no, I didn't change any of them. They're all left. I mean, they can be stars, it's fine.
Let's see what everybody picked.
Spooky ghosts. No, it was not class farting. Everybody farts, guys. Don't worry about it. A class presentation? It was me. Okay, we got it. I wasn't tricked. Yas Queens. Yes, you don't need hand sanitizer. Yeah, you chose the wrong sad face. Oh, is there no final one? Interesting. Weavy Boy, well done. We'll give the top 3 here. New song. Oh, I see how you did that, Yas Queens. I'm sorry. Okay, so I removed the fibbage from the option list because I would like to play all of the games. So before we do fibbage again, we're gonna play one of these. So go ahead and vote. I did clean it up so you can vote twice now. You do have both voting options again. Bodiun got a vote. Bodiun, we've talked about this. That's okay. That's still the only way for me to make Bodiun unable to vote is to get rid of all mod votes. Which I don't want to do. I love this lake. Is that tango? In the beats here. Like, I don't know if it has that vibe because of like the instrumental in the back, or if it like actually has the right like beats for it. Okay. Well, next game looks like it's gonna be number 3, non-sensory. So give me a moment and I'll get that all set up for us. Whoop. And please listen to the disembodied voice, as you know he's very intelligently telling you something important. If you want to play Jackbox with us tonight, make sure you go to jackbox.tv and log in with your Twitch account. To do that, hit the 3 lines in the top left and the big purple Twitch button. If you don't do it, you're not getting in the game. It's true. Non-sensory. I don't know what this game is. We're gonna find out. The voice still sounds as hot as I remember, but who is he? I don't know. I don't know. I volunteer for a pre-game tutorial question. Sure. Apparently that's a thing. But the code for the game is IJAU, so go ahead and hop on in. Oh god, this is gonna cause me so much pain to do. Music gives jazzy twerking? What? You know what? I agree somehow. I'm the weird purple bulb. It could be better if it were green. That's fair. Yeah, as you said that, I hear it. I can see that. I'm trying to answer this tutorial question. I'm really struggling on it. E, ooh, ah. I think I'm the only one who got one. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I'm just the VIP of the room. It's fine. Quail. I'm just reading out the bulbs. Okay, we have 1 spot left. I'll give it another, I don't know, 30, 45 seconds, and then we'll get going. If anybody wishes to join us, I am the only one who got the tutorial question. Interesting. Basically, it asked me on a scale of 1 to 10 to rate, to say a task that would be a difficulty 4 to complete. And I filled it in. I'm not going to tell you what it was in case it pops up. But that's what it asked me to do. I'm sorry, guys. I can't twerk. It was actually difficulty 6. One person in chat will say it's like a difficulty 8 based on the people they know. But I think I'm pretty good. Gonna pop up in the beginning. Ah, I see. But okay, last chance to get in the game. Going once. Going twice. Sold! Let us begin the game of nonsensory.
Hello, I'm Professor Nanners. Thank you for volunteering for
Professor
this
Nanners.
study of the ultranatural powers of the human mind.
This is my new favorite Jackbox character,
Begin
guys.
with a quick mental sync.
Yes, I love him
In the
already.
waiting room, this participant was secretly given this task.
It was me.
We do not know yet what number they were given, but
Oh.
they wrote this.
Oops.
Now, everyone, use the power of your minds and your phones to project
Hey guys, how
whatever
difficult is
answer
this
belongs on
task?
range. Try to get as close as you can.
Okay, look, I didn't know how it was gonna work.
Zoom in on their secret number. It's okay if
I
you're
love
not
the task was the
perfectly
secret
attuned
part.
yet. We're opening our brain
I
windows.
thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. How are you guys? How was your stream? We are playing Jackbox today. You are all welcome to come play with us, of course.
Hurry, time's almost up.
Yes, I was a little silly and I said the wrong thing that you guys should not have known. It's
Okay,
fine.
here's what everyone was able to intuit. And how close did we get?
I thought about you, Leon Vex, when I wrote this as a 4.
Not bad.
I was like, you definitely know people. You're like, well, it should be a 1, but there's definitely people who can't do it.
Writing.
But yes, welcome Raiders. I am Antares. Bear Designation Alpha, first star and Lord Commander of the Order of Scorpius at your service, playing games and
Rest
stuff.
of the information about what you'll write.
Okay, one second, we got
and where
instructions.
Your secret number sits on the range. Should be on your device now. Try to write an answer that will lead your fellow participants towards guessing your secret number. Or just write an answer that makes sense for you. Let your inner mind guide you.
Okay, so you're gonna see numbers and you have to make put something on there that you think fits that degree, which is interesting. Okay, Raiders, welcome. If you guys want to play, feel free to hop in the audience. We'll be doing games for the rest of the night, basically. We're trying to play all of the Jackbox 9-1. We've done Fibbage 4, Enough About You already. And we are now doing Non-Sensory. If you want to join, go to jackbox.tv and connect your Twitch account. And then you type in the code IJAU in the top left and the bottom left of the screen. Also, feel free to play with the spooky things, like the lights. Bam! Skull lights. Necrotic skull is very nice. I just had to do something. Well, you got 10 seconds left. Good luck.
Better hit submit. Time's almost up.
Okay, now you can tell us, Adrian, did you get like a time warning on your device?
We'll begin with this. How embarrassing would it be if this text message was sent to the wrong person?
Okay.
And this participant's answer.
I have a crush on Antares' boyfriend.
Use your device to guess the true percentage up to 100%. After you guess, feel free to let us know what you're feeling. You can use your device to share your emotional feedback.
Nani? I have a girlfriend, thank you very much. Unless you're referring to yourself, then of course you're my boyfriend.
What did we all feel was correct? How close were we?
A 6? I didn't think that would be very
I'm
embarrassing at
measuring
all.
your mind power by how close you got to the secret number.
Well done, Yas. Well done.
Well, someone got close.
Neither did Ruko. I was very focused on getting out the door.
writer
Gotcha.
gets points for every player that
Gotcha.
got close. These were a bit off, eh?
Yeah, Cal, I didn't think that would be
Let's go
embarrassing.
again. Same question. But
Ooh.
now it's this participant's answer.
How embarrassing would this text be if sent to the wrong person? I love it. Okay, I like this game. This game feels like a like the spiritual successor to Split the Room.
I see a few of you are testing out the confidence button. Good to see.
I was not confident. But Liam X should have been. Oh, I guess you weren't close enough?
How important is this text
Ah.
message? Let's see the response.
Okay, how important is this message? Winning a math game and horror party. I'm going there. Yes, kind of like Split the Room and Espionage. I agree. But I feel like this game feels more approachable than Split the Room. You have to like big brain Split the Room.
Someone's
Oh, whoa! Darn it. Adrian's like, 10, final answer.
Continuing with the same question.
Mhm.
Let's see the response.
Okay. Can you pick up some milk on the way home? If they don't have Fairlife, don't substitute. Okay, okay. Okay, okay, I see it, I see it. I like this game. I do like this game.
Oh, okay.
It was a 5-er. I put it a little higher than 5. I was like, oh, this is probably like from a partner or something, and I think that's important.
This delivery driver. Let's see the
I'm also pretty bad, Cal. I'm always like 1 off from the target zones. How confused this delivery driver. So what apartment are you in? There's an apartment A for every set of buildings. I need the number. This poor delivery driver. I've also been not doing great.
You chose. So what is it?
What? Yeah.
Next question.
Wavy boy.
Is it that this text message is from an ex?
Okay, how likely is it this text message is from an ex? Hey baby, I love you so much and I'm so happy we're together. I hope we last for many years. Next game I'll make sure not to leave before playing. Oh, you're good, you're good.
Well, someone's got their own unique idea of what this might be.
Yes! I was like, they might be delusional.
Here's a
But
bonus
because it
for
says
that
we
confidence.
are together, I'm like, they're not an ex. We did it, Calcian. We
If you're
did
going
it.
to be wrong,
I should have
you
been more
might as well be
confident.
Very wrong. Same question.
Mhm. How likely is this that's from an ex? The awkward missent texts are classic though. I mean, you're right. But that's why I put it at 20%. Because then it was like a slim chance that it was gonna be a misspent. I want a speed bonus. That'd be cool. Y'all think too much? I have extended timers on. So I mean, like, there's that. But I feel. You just gotta watch out because, you know, sometimes there's delay.
The truth, however.
Nah, I put it on a 50. Well done, Iagra. Well done. I was trying to think. It asked me for 50%, and I was like, okay, so how do I, like, you get this and you're like, okay, who was that from, right? Well done, Yas Queens. Current vibe, laughing. I love that. I think it's because we got those thousands, Cal. That pulled us up. This one is fun, I agree.
We'll begin with a similar drawing task based on this category.
A drawing task.
A pet. Let your inner mind guide you.
There's a prompt, guys. Don't forget the prompt.
Just letting you know, half of the time has passed.
I'm just having fun with my drawing now. There we go. He gets about 15 seconds left. I'm the fastest draw here, also the worst. This was kind of hard for me.
Your time is up.
But you know what? This is a good game. I'm enjoying this game.
Oh, a quick note about confidence before we get back to it. After you choose your answer, you can tap and hold the confidence button to get bonus points for being close. But if you're more than one spot off, you'll lose points instead.
I see. That's what was
Let's
happening.
begin with this question. How likely is it that this pet can talk?
Ah.
Let's see the response.
How likely is this pet can talk? Hello, Gambit. Greetings, greetings. We meet again for a star. Welcome, Crab Boy. Welcome. How you doing, Gambit? Your lights look really eerie in the skulls. I like it.
Well, someone got close at least.
Nicely done, Yas. Nicely done.
These missed the mark a bit.
Yeah, we did.
Continuing with the same question.
Okay, how likely is it that this pet can talk? Huh. Huh. Doing good, just working so I can't catch anyone's streams. I'm sorry. But you're streaming the weekend, so I'm here. Haha! Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I try to do community night on Saturdays. I'm gonna try to be more of a stickler about pulling it off. I've just been really busy this month for some like weird reasons. I say that, although next week I cannot do community night on Saturday. We might do a Halloween one on Sunday though. Come on, it's saying caw, guys. It's showing it can't talk.
Oh, the data tables have turned.
I understood. I do, I get you. But birds can talk some, but then the birds would have had other words, not caw.
Let's see the response.
How cuddly is this lizard?
This is on a scale from 1 to 10.
Oh, you know what? I guess that's fair. I guess that's fair, right? If you were implying it was a crow, then I, like, that makes sense. That makes sense. I read it as there was another noise coming out, so no, it couldn't talk. Dabfoots, welcome back. We're doing Jackbox 9 tonight. And only Jackbox 9.
A bit of an outlier.
Look how spiky it is. A 9? Wow. Wow, I'm yeah. Reptar spikes? I wouldn't cuddle Reptar. They're felt spikes?
Let's see the response.
How cuddly is this lizard? Well, you see, that looks like a stego, and I love stegos. Even though I feel like they're not particularly great dinosaurs in Ark Survival Evolved anymore because other dinos just do everything they're good at better. I want to cut a Reptar. It's Godzilla! No, I would not cuddle it. Nope.
The real
wow, we paired out. Ooh, nicely done, Iagra. We were close.
Close for some of you.
You're just overly confident every time. I love it.
New question.
Where's my rage quit option?
Illegal would it be to own
How illegal would it be to own this pet?
Response.
Is that Australia? I'm just kidding. I'm pretty sure it's bad. Someone say bats? Is that a manta, right? That's Wuhan Patient Zero who said that. I'm overly confident in that game. I always lack confidence or lock in confidence. Very nice. Very nice.
You picked. And
wow. I was pretty sure bats are illegal, but I'm in Yas's brain. I'd leave here rent free. Why wouldn't having a bat be like the most legal pet? Come on. Come on.
With the same
And that's why I always lose. Yeah.
Let's see the response.
How illegal would it be to own this rat or this pet? That is an amazing raccoon. I approve. Look at that trash panda. Trash panda, wonderful. Yes. Iagra always breaks out good art for us. I swear to God. Hmm?
Let's see where your instincts led you. But where does the truth lie?
Why is a raccoon the most legal thing you could own again? Why are you like this?
Minor successes here. Changing questions.
I literally have a
How
neighbor.
great is this pet at sports? Let's
Okay,
see the response.
how great is this pet at sports? I don't know if it's like illegal here, but it's definitely immoral. That is a cat. Oh yeah, the dots got really tiny for the eyes.
You're out by yourself, it seems.
Thank you, Adrian.
Well, I wasn't expecting
He's got the ball in his head, okay? He's not very good at it, but he's trying. So it was a 50%. How How do you draw a pet that is good at sports half the time?
Test 2 is now complete. All right.
I thought he was blindfolded in my defense. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. I did not realize how small it was to make the dot. It's a cat. But it's a cat with a headband on a racket.
Actually a form of hostility. You can rest assured that I am smiling out of happiness. We are now entering the final test. That means the points
8 tests without a fart incident. Yeah, no, that was hard.
To draw a combination of two very
Another drawing. Okay.
Things. On your device, draw something that sits on the range we've sent you, and then tap submit.
Okay. We've only played Fibbage Enough About You and this round of Nonsensory. And I'm really enjoying Nonsensory, actually. I was looking and I didn't think this pack had a drawing game, but apparently there's drawing in this.
We've hit the halfway mark on the allotted time.
40 seconds left, guys. Make sure you get your answer in. But, I mean, I already really liked Fibbage, so I'm not surprised I liked Fibbage. I'm enjoying this, though, a lot. I have no idea how to put this in a ratio. What even is this? Mine really wasn't that bad.
Those answers.
At least in my brain. Yas! Yas, queens! No!
We'll begin with this. Where does
Okay.
this drawing belong between doll and keytar?
Where does this drawing belong between doll and keytar? This is amazing. But Nonsense is gonna actually the full understanding. I am very not confident.
Encouraging conformity of guesses. But
Okay.
what's correct?
We all agree it's mostly keytar. Hey, I should have been confident.
You were spot on.
I should have been confident. Nicely done, nicely done.
Same question.
Doll
Let's
and
see the
keytar.
response.
Oh man. Oh man, okay. Lock it in immediately. This is like a very interesting game.
Interesting.
I might have locked it in the wrong direction, guys. Don't worry about me. I meant hit 90 doll, not 90 guitar. Remember when I said locking in almost immediately?
Next question.
Yeah, maybe a mistake. Maybe I should read.
Big screen TV and mailbox. Let's
Big screen TV and mailbox. VCR. Amazing. Yes, I meant hit 90% doll, not 90% keytar. No, I actually really like VCR as the response to big screen TV and mailbox. I actually think that's hilarious.
What do we think we knew? Similar theories, good to see. Here's what we were hoping to hit.
Okay, Okay. No. You did a good job. Look at that.
Here.
We all got in there. You got us there.
Continuing with the same question. Let's see the response.
Adrian, Extreme TV and mailbox bills. I did great. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. You did a good job. I can't really logic out how we got there, but we got there.
I like
Whoa,
what I've seen so
yeah.
far. The truth, however.
Ooh, well done, Yas. A little short of mailbox. Why do all those plugs make up?
Where does this drawing belong between
Amazing.
magic and
Okay,
weather?
where does drawing belong between magic and weather? I'm going for it. I'm confidencing it. I did it in the wrong direction again, and then I confidenced it. I'm going to see myself out. I'm at 90% magic.
This one moves the needle a little bit.
I keep doing that.
These answers are less impressive.
I'm gonna lose now. I'm gonna lose now because I did that like a
Same
dummy.
question. Let's see the response.
Where does this fall between magic and weather? Although to be fair, my chart was backwards on it. Yeah, see, I thought that was like a little rain specs, which is why I was gonna go just short of 100% magic. But I also clicked in the weather category anyway because your boy cannot
There's a bit
read.
of agreement here, but where does the truth lie?
Look at that. Leon Vex's confidence pays off.
Very impressive.
You guys got it. That might have saved me. All of you guys getting
This
mine.
drawing belong between mouse and aeroplane.
Mouse in airplane? A car? What kind of chart is this? What kind of spectrum is this? I gave up.
Let's see the choices.
Okay, we all agree it's somewhere on the airplane side of
And
things.
the true answer.
I was like, I thought like lamp. But what? It's entirely a vehicle.
That's it for the final test.
Calzin.
And the gifted among you is.
Yas, Queens. Well done,
Your
Yas.
power is mighty. Now, let's see how our audience compares. Any second now. Any second.
Here's a raffle because I came in second.
It's clear that this gift is extremely rare.
Go ahead, exclamation point, and join it. A fucking car. It's a Nanners theme song. She has a PhD? Okay, well, I'm dancing here. Let me get you guys the poll. What are we playing next? Here are our 3 remaining options. Go ahead and vote. I do think this is fun, yeah. You did give us a good laugh, Calcium. I like that game, that was good. Also, yes, I have a significant difficulty telling between the polar opposites on those charts. Sneeze. Go ahead and vote. Hydrate. Thank you, baby boy. This is a good song. I like this song. I love that it's a Nanner's theme song. The spectrum is broken. No. I am. I also love the subtle NFT like jab in there. Gator Goat, hellos. Welcome. Go ahead, guys. Vote. What game are we playing next? I'll give you guys another, 30 seconds. Amazing. 10 out of 10 Jackbox. 10 out of 10. I like to imagine a reason we don't see Antares drinking from a bottle is because hydrating for him is just taking an oxygen hydrogen nearby, or just doing nuclear reacting things stars do. Yes. Technically, I am forming hydrogen all the time, but yeah. Fibbage 4 credit song did indeed bop. It did. It was what in order from top to bottom? Wait, what? What'd I miss? Oh, the credits of the scores? Yas was first, I was second. I think. Pretty sure. But okay, last chance to get a say in what game we're playing next. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Professor Nanners in the lab coat in the back. We're gonna play some Rimmerang. I don't know what this game is. We're about to find out. So give me a second and I'll get you all the code. Bam. I'm gonna leave it up just so you guys know what we're gonna play. Okay. Cut the musics. As always, if you want to play with us, listen to the, very attractive voice in the background. If you want to play Jackbox with us tonight, make sure you go to jackbox.tv and log in with your Twitch account. To do that, hit the 3 lines in the top left and the big purple Twitch button. If you don't do it, you're not getting in the game. It's true. I wonder if they updated their what's it called? Like API thing, their Twitch extension. But okay. Code is EJJQ. Go ahead and hit in. As always, if you're going to change your name, please change it to something reminiscent to your actual name.
Sweet.
These are amazing. Death Weaver. Actually, to make this game more fun by making it where we don't know who is who. Okay, maybe. I just don't know what it is yet. Moni! Hi, Moni. How are you? How are you doing? How's it going?
Hands at their head. Yeah. I think I need to take lessons, honestly.
But yeah, Moni. I cleaned my computer up a little bit, and I think I could play Valorant with my model on. Which means the bean will have to be a redeem. No idea how it's played yet, so I can do that. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, like, we can do future rounds where we like hide who's who. I'm down with that. Let's see how the game is played first, though. I know everybody loves the bean, but like, I work so hard on my model. I don't want to use it. So, yeah. So I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make like a channel point redemption that people can turn me into a bean. I think that's gonna be the move. Or I'll just put the bean on my like shoulder or something, like, ow, owning me. Like, right, we can just go like this. Do I not have it in here? Could have sworn he was in here. Was he not bean? There he is. Oh, he's Shoyo knife open. See? We just go like that. Yes, I know. There we go. And now, see, I have the bean with me all the time. There are so many options, indeed, indeed. Hello, Sophia. Thank you for the hydrate.
Give you what I have in my possession, such as it is, you said. I have no other. You said a moment back.
Welcome, welcome.
The leaders of the friar and
Yeah, you also have Sophia lights. See?
well now,
They changed the Sophia colors.
give your whole conduct defiant light, and you shall have it in your hand to own.
They are bats right now. What's a good Sophia light shape? I think pumpkins are solid. We'll do pumpkins for you.
Swear by your
Damn, now they're pumpkins in Sophia colors. So if you do lights pumpkin, by the way, guys, it's gonna be the pumpkin colors for the lights. But yeah. Do the bone thing for scientific purposes. Ah, yes, of course, yes, of course. Orange, yellow, red. Okay, very nice. I like these. I like these as well. But yes, you can also do lights, Sophia, if you ever want to put your lights back on. Anybody can do it. It's not just mods and I. Everybody can play with the lights from chat. Okay, we have one last slot before we get going on this game. I see Sage peeking out there. I see you, Sage. I don't have head pats yet. I will consider head pats. But I don't know. I'm not girl DM. You guys can't just, you know, head pats me all the time. Very green pumpkins, guys. Very green pumpkins. But yeah. Okay. Last chance to get in the game. Ow. Going once. Going twice. Sold! Let us play some Roomerangs.
3, 2, 1.
You can also bonk me with ghosts, guys. You can also do that.
Welcome to Roomerang, where you can make friends or points, but not both.
Oh no.
I'll be your host, here to guide you through a game that's a little reality TV and a lot of personality.
Oh no,
This
they're
game
fabulous.
is played in 5 rounds. You are coming into this game with a detail about yourself that you selected in the lobby. If you didn't pick one, I went ahead and did that for you. This is the role
I made
you will
one.
be playing. So play it up in your answers, or completely ignore it and go after each other. I'm not your mother. The goal is to gain favor with your fellow players by answering questions in a funny way, a genuine way, or a brutal way, where you stare them in the eye while stabbing them in the back. Drama!
Bean, prepare your knife. I'm a star boy. Dab, the CEO of Man Energy. Iagre, the biggest, sexiest orc. Deathweaver hates making decisions. Calcium hates talking things out. Adrian, loud singer. Yas, have fun. The Index, fussy lumberjack.
You'll be entering the game with 5 points in your private bank. Points are gained through popular answers and lost if you are eliminated. But I'll be keeping the totals a secret until the very end.
A secret?
Shall we rumorang?
I think we shall. This game seems interesting already. You're right, it's Big Brother.
Introductions. You're brought into the house hiding in a giant cake. What do you say as you jump out?
What do you say when you jump out of the
prompt
cake?
On your device. Remember to use your unique point of view when answering. Details about yourself and other players are always fair game.
You accidentally submitted. Oh dear. An empty bag of Cheetos attacked you. Oh no. Lion Squirrel. Who knows the world's...
You followed instructions. Fun.
They have been good so far, yeah. I took too long thinking of what to say, but surprise! I can't make decisions, I love it. Where's my ox? I am your parent now. You get a 5% discount on Man Energy! Surprise, motherfucker! I'm a fucking star boy. Don't worry, It's Yas! It's Man Energy. I am more cake than you could possibly ever eat.
I know which answer I love. How about you? Vote on your device now.
Yes, I did thoroughly enjoy Nonsensory. Fibbage Enough About You was just Fibbage Enough About You, which is it's good. It's nice. It's new questions.
Who's popular? Each vote gets you a point.
Ooh. Cal and Iagre are popular.
When there's a tie, I pick the winner and you deal with it. And here's
They did. They removed the final round, but I'm low-key okay at that because I'm really bad at the 2 truths and a lie round.
I think it's elimination time. You will now vote for a player to be eliminated. The player with the most votes will leave the house. If the player you voted for is successfully eliminated, you'll steal some points from them. Remember,
You get eliminated, you are still playing. Okay.
choose a player to eliminate now.
I don't why are we eliminated? I don't understand. Am I trying to get rid of my competition? But I do see why you're saying it'd be fun if we don't know who other people are. It's Big Brother, so yes. Yeah, that makes sense. Ow. At least it was sweet candy. Thank you, Scruffy. Can you aim for my mouth next time, though?
The eliminated player is...
Sorry, we'll try next. Thank you. Calcian!
Let's see exactly who turned on you.
Oh, wait, I show this shit? Oops. I see you, Dab. I see you.
Eliminate you and why to your device. Just so you know who to be mad at. Anyone that voted for you is taking a point from your private bank.
Oh, wait, you could put a reason? I didn't see a reason. My bad. My reason for the record was you and I were the best.
Say any final words to former roommates.
You boned me.
You have a few
Sage threw candy at me. Thank you,
or
Sage.
Type your parting words.
Look, Halcyon, you said to pick who the people I thought were going to rival me. It was you. Sage boned me. Lean Vex boned me. Garrett of Antares, you'll backstab you. You're the one who told me to do it.
But not forgotten.
I asked if I was supposed to eliminate my competition, so I picked my competition.
You've got a brand new roomie. Welcome, new player. There's something a little familiar about you. You've got a new name and different information about yourself. So, what do I know?
He's back. Totally different person. Never met Calcian before. Hi, Calcian. Nice to meet you.
Prediction time. What incredible thing will another player do in this game? I've chosen another player for you to talk about. Their name is on your device.
Guys, I'm new here. Nice to meet you, Calcian. How you doing? Yeah, no, that's a nice hat you got there, though. Your dad's got great taste. He got eliminated, so he came back wearing a hat and a new letter. Adrian with Yas. Yas will turn this game into a girl boss show. Me with Weavy Boy. Weavy Boy will fail to make a decision. This is absolutely true. Yas with Dab. Give that dab foot energy. Add some manergy. And Vex with Calcian. Nothing, because he's a backstabbing non-verbal alien. Calcian with Iagra. They'll be the showmance of the season. I think quite possible. The manergy. Daffert with Ian Vex. They'll chop down the entire house after drinking too much manergy. Iagra with Antares. Give everyone Stardust. I mean... Deathmere with Adrian. They'll tie 3 times.
Which answer captured your heart? Vote on your
I think this works.
now.
Yeah! Everybody got Stardust. I also did not realize that we were then going to vote on what we thought was our favorite statement here, and I should have waited. Should have specified an amount. Mwahaha. Darn it, Weavy Boy made a decision.
Here's who received votes.
I have Stardust, but at what cost? My eyes are gone forever.
The winner! And when you get mentioned in this round, you get points too.
Points for me? I like it. And say when I would fail. I mean, you're right.
but it must be a player who voted for your answer. Time to decide.
Oh, hey, buddy. Don't look at me.
It's time.
I gave him Stardust. I'll get more next time.
Vote for a player to be eliminated from the game.
It wasn't me. Don't do it. It wasn't me. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I mean, it wasn't me. Yeah, no, definitely not me. And he goes, I'll give more next time. I'll do it. I'll give more next time.
The eliminated player is...
It wasn't. Adrian! Goodbye, Adrian.
This is devastating.
It is so sad. I can't believe Iagar would kick you out, Adrian. I'm so sorry. Just remember, Iagar did this to you. Goodbye, Adrian. Goodbye. Adrian tried kicking you out. I'm not too sad. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. I'm just your fave. Bitch. I'm just your fave, prob. I love that it shows the typing in real time.
That's enough.
Goodbye, Adrian.
The house won't be the same without
It won't. The house won't be the same.
Who could that be?
Somebody's at the door.
What do you know, fresh?
Hi, new friend. Nice
Hello,
visor.
stranger.
Hello, Adrian. A tipsy firefighter. I'm just your favorite, Adrian 2022.
And it's a quickie.
What's up, Adrian?
Everyone's getting wild hairstyles.
Wild hairstyles.
What image do you shave into your head? We're going to do this one in the dark. Answer the prompt, but when it's time to vote, you won't know who wrote what.
Leg massage. What are you two talking about? Mal quickie. Goodness. Okay, get your answers in. Sus. Sus, she says.
Be aware that
I've just been being me.
Yes, yes, yes.
If you didn't draw a can of Manergy on your head. A fire truck. Okay. Okay. I usually take it all off, so let's ink in the arrow from Avatar. Oh, very nice, very nice. Porky Pig coming out of the Warner Brothers side. I don't know, so many ideas and I'm not sure about any of them. So I got my vote. I'm a little furry, winky face. I do want my hair shaved like a full-size fire truck. My favorite big blue ox babe. The Avatar: The Last Airbender arrow. Okay. Like musicals, I don't know. 2 Airbender responses.
Which one is the perfect reply? Vote on your device now.
Repetition, boo. It's okay, now Leon Vex is a hard time picking. One of them is right. One of them is wrong.
So who did we vote for?
Somehow I was wrong.
Here's our
Technically Airbender Master Arrow, but
Your
yeah.
elimination vote will count as 2 votes.
2 votes. Iagra just killing it out here.
It's
Same brainwave? Yeah, same brainwave.
Let that sink in. Vote for the player that you want eliminated.
Huh. Whom do I want out? Iagra literally kicking everyone out. Yeah. We're making Iagra be the bad guy, which is really hard for Iagra because Iagra's a really nice person. Can I eliminate yourself? I don't know. I didn't stop to think about that. No, okay, no.
Half the time
You
is
must
up.
choose
Plan
another
accordingly.
victim. Adrian, you were the last. Oh, sorry. Adrian, you were the last pick. How can you steal points from yourself anyway? That's true. That's true. Elimination.
The eliminated player is...
No! How could you guys? Iagra! There can only be one avatar. Because it would be funny. Not a master airbender.
Any parting words?
But
Okay, we get it. Nothing will be the same.
I'm never coming back.
Rapping at the door. Nice. Look at this specimen. Get in here, new roomie.
Right. No, I want the pink one.
Round 4, the fire starter round. Another player put everyone in their choreographed TikTok, except...
Hi, it's me,
Who was
Antares.
it and how will
Nice to meet you
ruin
all.
their video? Select the player you want to write about on your device, and then answer the prompt.
Yeah, I never heard of this Antares person ever. I know I'm Antares. Antares, yes. Yes. Who was that cool looking person rather than that lame Antares? Oh, wow, I don't think Antares is lame. I'm definitely cooler, you are right, yes. A good riddance, he was a tyrannical, so whoa, I want to go that far.
You are halfway through your time, roomies.
What is it? I don't, why are you commenting on my voice? I don't know what you're talking about. This is just my voice. This is just how I speak. No, I don't know what we're talking about. Iagra picks the index. Big Orpheus twerking energy. Do I invite mine? No, mine is a paneled wood van. Play Dungeons & Dragons, but don't wear the costume. How could you? Yes, I'll pay the drag queens that were meant to show up to leave. Violence, violence. I don't know how long I can keep doing this voice. By streaking in the background. Ah, very good. Yes, yes, yes. Clearly, I would be twerking in the background and break TOS. Mwahaha. That's how you win TikTok. Ow. How dare you throw things. Ow, ow. Hey. Or energy all over their nails and they can't be used. Right across from Nude, my favorite Blue Ox babe. Ah, yes, hello, I'm Antares. Got my drink in my hand and just give him a loud what? Ow, candy.
Vote on your device now.
New solution. I'm just gonna go like
this. There we go. There we go. Yes. Hi, I am Antares. Nice to meet you.
Who got the votes?
Hydrate. Thank you, Scruffy.
Hi, then I think you should get the advantage. Presenting your challenge.
Oh yes, hello. I am Antares.
Mentioned, you get points too.
Let's diddly. Yes, I know.
Okay.
Something like I don't know what you're talking about. I'm clearly Antares. Look at this mustache. It's beautiful, majestic.
Emotional manipulation of the player making a choice is
smashing even
and encouraged.
Oh, you roar stuff. No, no, it's not me. Oh, hello there, Mr. Iagra. I'll be taking those points now. Thank you very much. Yes, yes, yes.
Time to thin the herd. Gasp.
You're clearly in the lead.
Vote for a player to be eliminated from the game.
Yes, yes, yes. But no, I am never not a Willie Warstash. No, no relation at all. Nope.
FYI, half your time is up.
Okay, then yeah. I mean, trust me. Look at me. Look at me. How could you not trust this face? Elimination time.
The eliminated player is...
Antares!
See who voted for you.
How could you vote me out like that? Voice sounds creepy. Why?
To say?
You didn't deserve the mustache.
I've heard enough of that. Were they ever really here? Well, this is unexpected. All right. Who do we have here? Hello.
No. No. How do I take the mustache off? Get the mustache stays on.
To the finale. I'm so proud of most of you. Of course, not everyone made the cut. This is your final chance to prove to everyone that you and you alone deserve to win. Get a hold of yourself. It's the finale round. Brought to you by
how do I flip this?
Margaritas. That's one way to go to jail. I want you to think about everything that's happened.
It is currently stuck in the string,
coming
yes.
to an end, and ask yourself,
there is a way to unstick
what's
this,
the quote
but
that guides your life.
Okay.
There we go. Hi, I am Antares Train. No relation to Antares at all. Not a bit. Nope. Not one speck. Nope, not at all. Nope, not at all. Pay no attention to the pink mustache. I have cat ears. Clearly a different person. Little guy should get a mustache. You know what? Honestly, you're right. I keep spelling mustache wrong. Pay no attention. There we go. Problem solved. Except it's not stuck to him. Pay no attention to the man behind the mustache. I am Antares Train. No relation to Antares or Antares whatsoever. Look at the cat ears. Neither of them have cat ears. I don't know what you're talking about. Nope.
Lots of thoughts, lots of feelings.
Yes, thoughts and feelings. Yes! Good luck and don't fuck it up, legendary RuPaul. Adrian, suck that dick till it come. What? Death wave. Death may be inevitable, but regret doesn't have to be. Make your choices. I have cat ears. I do! Orcs must be strong for the family around them. Yes. Colcian, when one door closes, it won't open again. Go look for another entrance. Leon Bex, go where my best friend guides me, babe. Take the wheel and guide the way. If you don't buy Manergy, you are making bad decisions. Me, 2022.
It's time for the final vote. Who do you think should win?
Yes, vote for me, the humble trekker with the cat ears. Please, I put on cat ears. Do it. Do it for the cat ears. Don't let your memes be dreams.
And honestly, who do you think should absolutely not win?
Who should not win? If you people vote for me, I'll take the cat ears off. I'll do it. I'll take them off. No cat ears. You will lose the cat ears. Well, you see.
Let's see
who's
really there for you.
How
took
dare
one last
you.
chance to hold you back.
I hate all of you! You jerks!
Now let's add all those points I've been keeping track of.
How dare you? Iagra definitely wins. Actually, I don't know, Yas might have it. Did Yas speak it out? Yas pulled it off! Well done, Yas Queens. Well done!
Give us a victory speech, darling. You've earned it.
There we go, there we go. Let me, you know, fix up my audio maybe a little bit.
Time's up.
Hi, it's me. I'm back. I realized the music jumped back up with that. How do I get this mustache off? There's a way to do this. No, I want to unlock it. The mustache should be a permanent feature. There's a way to get rid of it. Yes, I see how that can be fun if you don't know who people are. I thought it was just... That right-clicking got rid of it. Because I might have locked it in place. Get rid of me and then the mustache goes away. I mean, I can just clear them all. I can do that. Like, it's fine. I just lose my badges and my bean. So we can bring the bean back out. And with the badges back out, it's... I made a hotkey for it. Antares trained the Echo. No, how dare you? Well done. That's probably a good clip. Take your clip points. Okay. While I get my stuff back on. One last jab, Rumi. Okay. Go ahead and pick. Are we playing Junktopia or Quicksort next? I'll put my badges back on later. I'll fix them. I just don't remember what my hotkey is for it. Actually, we can try. I have no idea what Quicksort is. I was trying to hit hotkeys, it wasn't working. Yes, number 7. 7, yes. Of the options of 1 and 2, you picked 7. Good job. I need to click that link so you can be mad. Yeah, I already know what that is. I have seen it. And yes, I was mad. Yep. For the record, it is basically a project that Lee and Vex and I had worked on before. We made a game very similar to this. In like, honestly, a couple weeks. But yes, I might have to get it now. I mean, don't get me wrong, it looks good. Like, I think it is well executed. Bo was asking to play it, and I probably will. Okay, I will probably play it. Angry. I mean, sure. Ours was not ready for any kind of production value of this kind. I have Twitter. Wait, did I say Twitter? I meant cancer. I mean, you can have Twitter. Twitter is definitely a little cancer. He's talking about Steam, though. He posted the Steam link for it. Ooh, only one person needs it? That's nice. That's cool. I will probably definitely buy this then. And I'll make Sage play it with me. I'll also make Lee and Vex play it with me, but... I have books about orcs that I was angry about because I wanted to write books about orcs. I stopped writing for a bit because of that, but I got better. Good, good. Yes, we need to do the writing things. Do it. No, this is just like... We had built a game like this, or at least similar to this. I want to like actually look like how like play this game and see what it needs or like what it's like. Because it looks weirdly a lot like what we built. Who's this studio? Like, are any of our own teammates on this studio? In that case, I can't be mad. If people actually went and like finished it. Oh wait, is it not? It's not VR. Never mind. Ours was cooler. Ours was better. Ours was VR. I have so many game ideas. I need to finish some game ideas. You know what? I am moving game design up my list of things to do. But I need to do my model upgrades. So many things to do. Also, I see you guys splitting the vote. How dare you? How dare you split the vote? Okay. Last chance to get a say in which one of these we're playing next. Because you're gonna make me pick, apparently. How dare we not have a couple of game designs in my bin if you want to try something? So the one I'm going to probably do is an idle-ish mobile cloud game, because it's going to be the RPG entry point for my bot development. Right, where you guys are going to make a little like idle kind of character, and we would interact on the stream as well as off stream to train your little person up, and then you can fight other people on my stream. Like you can challenge other users to duels, and you can stake Stardust is the plan. But it takes a lot of like overhauling of things, but I want to do it. I have many ideas. My many ideas, I'm in a small notebook full. I have so many things I want to make, and not enough like mental energy. So we'll see. But okay. Last chance. You guys, too many ideas. I have, yes, too many ideas, not enough hands, and at the same time, I want to play video games. I have too many video games I want to play. Like I want to play, what's it called? Like Pokemon Unite and Gundam Evolution and SWOTR and New World. Just to start. I want to play Tale of Immortal. Looks over at Steam. Lost Ark. I have Elden Ring. I still need to finish. Liam Vex. I have played up. I think you guys were playing that one day. I would play that with you guys at some point. I'm gonna make Sage play it. Get Sage to play New World? I might get Sage to play New World. I have a couple other people who are interested to play as well. And I know the one and only Malik and some of the boys are planning to play. So like we might have a squad. I want to replay Cyberpunk. I want to finish Vampire. I want to finish Divinity Original Sin 2. I have not finished that game. I keep like getting just out of the tutorial because I just go crazy exploring everywhere. And then I'm like, oh, but what if I did this other build? And then something else pops up and I never finish it. Good luck. Good luck what? Good luck what? And then we're doing Radical Red. I've got to finish Radical Red. Oh, finishing games? Yeah, I don't do that here. I only finish games I do on stream. And even then, maybe. And I need to play the Digimon game still. I need to finish that. And by play that, I mean, I don't know. I wasn't loving that on stream. That might just be I play that in Discord game and Liam Vex stares at me. We'll see. Might as well just be a just chatting stream. All my streams might as well be a just chatting stream, Dabfoots. That's how it works. I chat a lot. And also, I was waiting for somebody to break the tie and nobody did it. So now I have to do it. Okay, the coin says we're playing Quicksort. But Toby's better, trust me. Well, the coin says Quicksort. Maybe if you guys voted, we could have played Drunktopia. But you didn't. So we're gonna play Quicksort. Haha! Okay. Oh, have fun, Daffo. You can sit down, it's fine. If you want to play, I lost my recording because I reset everything. Go to jackbox.tv and log in with your Twitch account. To do that, go to the top 3 lines, hit the big purple Twitch button, and join. Yep. That's how you get in. Okay. Well, that's big. Quicksort. Whatever that is. Falling blocks of trivia. Okay. It's a trivia game, guys. Play for ever? What? We're gonna play a normal game first. Oh, it's multiple teams. Interesting. Okay.
See all that sorting in the background? That's sort of what you'll be doing.
No, they don't see the sorting yet. Okay.
Not loving your teammates?
Draxiar, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Okay, guys, the code for this game is... You recognize that voice? Yeah, it was me! I am. Go ahead and hop on in. But no, I am Team Milk after. And I'm the star robot, of course.
Are we just gonna sit here or what?
This will be an interesting game. I feel like this is just like once. Are we supposed to balance the teams out? Wait, milk before or milk after? I assume he meant cereal. Like, do you put your milk in before your cereal or your milk in after your cereal? I put my milk in after cereal. I put the cereal in until I'm happy with it, and then I pour my milk up until the cereal line. That way I coat my cereal in a nice milkage, so yeah, you know, it gets a little like appropriately soggy, but not too soggy. I put the cereal in after. After every time, exactly. Yes, exactly, calcium. The cereal in after too. Who puts in the milk in? Yeah. I know people who put the milk in before. I know them. Put the milk in after. Yeah, I was gonna swap over if like we need to. I don't know how. Are these teams supposed to be like perfectly balanced? You know, as all things should be. I don't mind being on the wrong team. I don't know, man, but milk before. I know. It's gonna hurt me if I have to swap over there, but I'll do it. Pour cereal, add milk. It is the natural way. Exactly. Or is this just to judge us? I have no idea. But we have more slots. 4 more slots. Wow, you can play 10 people in this game. That's cool. And if people want to join us, go ahead and hop on in. As always, you got to go to jackbox.tv and connect your Twitch account in the little settings 3-line thingies with the big purple button. If you don't do that, it won't let you in. Oh wait, do we have to sort things? I get it. It's quick sort, which is a programming algorithm, by the way. Brunch, afternoon snack. What about 11sies? Say this is to drink milk before, I don't know, going to work. There you go. Yes. Welcome back, Weavy boy. Welcome back. Yes, brunch comes just before lunch. But they're still missing 11sies and second breakfast. Okay. I'm going to, besides, you know, playing video games in my free time and streaming, I'm going to try to prioritize upgrading my model. And then we're going to prioritize some game development stuff. Maybe some of it on stream, we'll see. It's game design until we get to like play testing stuff and like making things like visually work. It's not super fun to watch. It's programming, and programming is not amazingly fun to watch. So we'll see. Maybe we'll do stuff in like Discord. I mean, more casual in Discord. Okay, we have a couple slots left for anybody who wants to join, and we'll get going. Person who's designed games before, yeah, that start is boring. Yes, The imagination concept is a lot of fun because you overscope everything, which is a term for really any project design. The project has a scope that you think can be completed in the amount of time, and I have never worked on a game where the original pitch was in scope. It changes basically every week for the first, I don't know, like month of development. And then you kind of land on where you think it's going to actually land by whatever target you've aimed for. And the indefinite scope is not a great one to go with. You'll never finish something if you pick indefinite. Please look at all of my projects. But yeah. Right after you come up with the idea, it's a lot of fun, like foundational things. There's not art there, and it's not exciting. I mean, it's exciting for the programmer, usually, and the team, because eventually things start to work, but it's not like a spectator sport yet. When we start going into like making fun things work, right? Like making things shoot, adjusting shooting. I'm just picking something that shoots because it's really easy to reference. Then it can get fun. Then we can start having some fun with stuff. But the low level things aren't. Alright, so if you're doing a project on commission, would that make it more likely to complete? Yes. It would, but it would also cause me an incredible amount of anxiety. That's like, so I have considered opening commissions for bongo cats, right? Because I make little bongo cat emotes. And I made them for a giveaway for hitting 500 Twitch and Twitter followers, which we are pretty well surpassed now. So thank you, everybody. And I made some for some friends. And they were a lot of fun. And I was thinking I'll just throw them up for like $5 or something. But I haven't opened it yet because I don't know. I just never feel like the things I create are worth like other people's hard-earned money. Although the bongos, I think I can pull that off. They are though. Thank you. The bongos, I think you do. Thank you. Thanks. Be so supportive. But yes, like I don't like people that ask me if I do like a rigging commissions. I don't think my rigging is worth real monies yet. I think it's better than your average person or the layman, which I guess is a really good bar to be above. But you know, I'm not sure it's like a money thing, because dude, people who do rigging deserve to be paid for all the time it goes into it. And like there are people who do it really well, way faster and better than I do. And I would rather just direct people to them. But okay. Last chance to get on this team, or either team. And we're gonna get going. Scruff's a professional rigger. Oh, wait, Scruffy. Why was I not aware of this fact? I do it for a living and it is rough. Yeah. Mari, hello. Welcome. Yeah, like I drew and rigged my own model here, right? It took me forever. It took a very long time. It's a lot of work. I'm trying to get Ganon. Oh gods. But he forgot his password. Want to mention do 2D live commissions? Yes, do it. People like keep asking, like I have a couple friends who are like getting their models back, right? And they're like, hey, do you do commissions? I'm like, no, I don't. I'm sorry. I just like, it's so much work and I don't think I'm good enough at it. Like, I feel like even like this model, I don't really have a head side to side movement because I got frustrated. So like, I don't feel like I could produce that for, you know, monies. But like, big respect to you, Scruffy, and the people who can. I also don't feel like I can draw a model for other people. Like, it's so hard. It is so hard. Bongo cats, I think I could do. And theoretically, I could make a bot that I could like customize for some people. Which reminds me, I need to talk to a certain Scruffy. Because I was gonna make you a little drink thingy, but I overscoped what I was gonna make one day, and then I didn't do it. But I have some plans now with my upgrades for my base for my bot, I think I can make you a pretty quick drink thingy, actually. Like a little drink bot. But we'll see. We'll see. I'll let you know. But I'm good, Mari. I'm good. How are you? How are you? I'm just rambling. Because we're waiting on a certain Ganon to see if he can figure out his password, I guess. He doesn't have to play. It's okay. If he wants to play, he's more than welcome. Oh, silly Ganon. Ganon is an F. Don't worry. Wait, what does that mean? Okay, I got a cause of the flu. Oh no! I'm sorry. I hope you feel better, Mari. F's in the chat for Ganon. Yeah. Oh, you know what, guys? You know, I can do one better than that. There you go. F's in the fireworks for Ganon. If you're gonna do that though, you need to spend like 7 different F's. Celebratory F's. I don't think I made the lights have F's yet. That would have been funny. I should do that. But okay, is Ganon trying to get in? Should I wait for Ganon? He is trying. Okay, I wait. But yes, so I don't know. Maybe I will open the bongos as commissions. Maybe I'll do that. I need to upgrade Rumi's bongo as well. That's on my list. He's being nice today. I don't know what you're talking about. Ganon's always nice to me. But yeah. Maybe we'll open the bongo comms. Those I think I could do. There's a handful of like emote things I think I can do as well, but we'll see. If I ever get into streaming near a raffle spinner, is that something I could commission you for? Probably. Yeah, I could do that. Oh, we can make a raffle spinner. A stretch. Stretch. Yeah, we can make a raffle spinner. The tech I have specifically been working on lately for like my bot stuff is so that I could pull information from files like live. You did show me the example you had back in the day. Yes. So like the way these lights work above me, right? And the fireworks is when I build my bot software, like when I compile it all from the code and the images up to the program, I have to go in and describe, like I have to set the names for what these are to be called from in chat. I have to pick the colors in the program all before it's ran. So if I wanted to change something, I have to go into the code and change it, which is a pain. And it makes it so that I have to like rebuild it every time. What I've done instead is I wrote some better kind of like wrapper programs. So that it now pulls from a folder. It pulls in all the files in there, so I can make like 15 pixel long colors, and it will make the patterns for me, and I can reload it at any time and add more, which should be a lot easier to manage. We can start with Adam. Okay. Then, last chance to get in the game. Going once. Going twice. Sold, but not again because he can't get in. Let us begin the game.
It's quick sorting time.
Sort the blocks, save the world. Round 1.
These prompts shouldn't be too
Wait,
hard.
is there no tutorial? He's gonna be my not my booty.
Time to pick. on the left, or let fate decide with the mystery prompt.
What?
Vote now on your device.
How-tos or mystery? He can hear you from shared Discord call. Hi, Gannon. I don't know, vote, I guess.
Let's get this party started. Time to sort. How to kiss. From
Okay. So you have to sort these things? I feel like this goes kind of in the middle, right? I'm gonna put it right here, right? This is like... There's some steps that come before this. Do we like this? Okay, so everybody's gonna have a turn to place things. Is that what's happening? Okay, Calcine's up next. Manage saliva levels? Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, I can work with that. Adrian, you're up next. Use your hands? I mean, oh, okay. I don't know. I feel like I would have put that later in the steps. Try French kissing optional. See, okay. Hiya, boo bestie. Hi, Rika. How you doing? How you doing? We're teaching chat how to kiss, apparently. So, boo bestie. This clip goes crazy. Do a few soft kisses. This don't. Hey yo, I'm slamming this down here. Carry me in Valorant, Rika.
Ooh. Let's go. Speaking again, bro. Let's go.
This game is interesting. Yes, so we are playing this game. It's quick sort. Test using tongue. We are ordering the steps on how to kiss as they come out. I am in pain. This is causing me pain. We're screwed. Yeah, we are. Mix it up. Okay, guys, listen. Everybody in chat. Whatever you do, don't mix it up. I don't mix it up as bad advice. Last. Because once you do that, you're not kissing anymore. It's my favorite game so far. Make sure to breathe. This is going right here. Right after keep your lips soft. God, what's it called? Non-sensory might be my favorite so far. How do we do? Yeah, use your hands definitely goes later. Okay. And mix it up as last. Good. You know what? Not too bad, guys. Not too bad. I think we did an okay job, actually.
It's okay to do okay.
Yes. It's Boo! Hi, Boo.
All right, next.
Nothing new sage being valid. Yes.
Pick your prompt.
Lyrics or a mystery prompt. Amazing. Keep your kisses consistent. Don't mix in activities such as painting, skate shooting, or operating a chainsaw. No, don't do those things while kissing.
Mystery prompt?
I think this game is fun.
It's time to sort.
So far. Like, this is interesting.
Oops, I did it. Song 2, last song.
Good lucks. Good lucks. Get lost in the game. Right, Rika? Yes. But yeah, we were talking about all kinds of stuff earlier. But yes. Oh, so Rika, the thing I want to tell you, I reinstalled Windows on my computer today at the advice of the lovely Ganon to try to fix some of my weird CPU issues. Well, lo and behold, it worked so far. He says you're welcome. Yes, thank you again, Ganon. Very good advice. And I think I may be able to run Valorant and my model. I need a test, but I could do a couple other games with it. I just need to see what the frame rate turns out to be. I haven't reinstalled Valorant yet because I knew it was gonna like have to reinstall the what's it called, like Valorant's anti-cheat stuff. I think this might be Gundam Terry's too. Yes. I played Gundam without running like my model and we were at like 120 FPS. So I think I can maintain an even 60 with the model up. I need to test all these things, but I was too busy reinstalling stuff earlier that I didn't want to like push it too far. Sorry, you guys can't see sent from above. Let me just, there we go. You just inch off the screen a little bit for you guys. There you go. I'm sorry, I was blocking some stuff. Yeah, I think got lost in the game, should have gone later. This is really hard to do, but I think this is really fun. I think it's really funny. So yes, many of the games that I haven't played with my model up because I can't maintain like adequate frames, mostly shooters, I think I might be able to pull off. Yes. This is fun. I like this game and it is funny. I think this would be really fun in person. Like I can imagine a bunch of people trying to sing this song to try to figure out where the lyrics go as the blocks are falling. Ella! Hello.
Oh, clean ravioli? Oh, delicious.
I don't have a goo. You can have skulls.
Air fry it like that and then you dump it in chocolate sauce.
There we go. Ella skulls.
Oh my god, is that what they're doing?
It is our favorite gooper.
Are they also a connoisseur? Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Yes, milk after. Hell yeah, Scullies.
Alrighty then. Let's see your score.
We're doing pretty good. Oh yeah, see how you guys did. A, very nice. Very nice. You guys, mine doing better than us. So you have to find that alt Twitter. Yeah, they're beating us, guys. They're beating us.
Okay, round 2.
We can let that. We can't let that happen. I do not have an alt Twitter. Don't worry about it, guys.
Time to pick up prompt.
Hi, Ella. Hey guys, mystery prompt or lyrics?
We are a go. Let's tackle the lyrics to Mambo number 5. From first song to last song. And if you see something that just doesn't fit, toss it in the trash.
Oh no, we have to trash things?
And some that are tricky. Just a heads up.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mambo number 5.
Oh, it's the names. Oh shit. Mary's one of the last ones. Yeah. I know it starts with Monica. A little bit of Cassie on the drums. Fuck, when does Cassie come in? Is there a Cassie? I don't... Wait, no, there's no instruments. There's no instruments. I don't think there's a Cassie. Oh, no! A little bit of Rita's all I need. Okay, that's one of the first couple. For sure, one of the first couple. The thing is, Monica, Erica, Rika, or Rita, Jessica. A little bit of Jessica. Here I am. That's the last one, right? A little bit of you makes me your man. Yeah. Ethel just for fun. I don't know if there's an Ethel. Cue them funky trumpets. Yes. I don't think there's an Ethel. Yeah. Yeet that shit. No Ethel, Sage agrees. Okay, good. A little bit of Sandra in the sun. Okay, we have a Sandra. It's Mary all night long. Jessica, here I am. So it comes before Mary. It's not the first couple. Sure. That works. Yes. It's before Mary and after Rita. Erica goes before Rita for sure. Yeah, it's Monica, Erica, Rita. A little bit of you makes me your man. That's the last place. A little bit of Joe's prophetic dreams. No way that's a line. There's no Joe. There's no prophetic dreams. What is this? Yes. Put that right in the trash where it belongs, Cal. Monica's number one. No, Monica's one. One. Number... Adrian! No! I wasn't paying attention to ad breaks. I'm sorry. Tina, it's after Rita, I think. I think after Rita, before Sandra. Mambo number 5? Oh shit. It's gonna be trumpets and then Mambo number 5.
End of block sequence. Time to see your score.
Okay, Monica's out of place. Cassie shouldn't exist, but I think otherwise we nailed it. Who's Joe? There is no Joe. Exactly, Comfy Bonded. But hellos, Joe Mama. I was singing the song in my head on repeat.
Next team, up to sort.
Okay, let me inch myself off the screen for you guys a little bit. There we go. I'm still here. I just don't want to be like in their way. 8 square miles, most square miles. Oh no, is that like country sizes? This game is interesting. I like it. My geography is questionable for sure. Good luck. I'm good, yeah. Yes, if it wasn't for Monica, it would have been perfect. I theoretically should run like 30 seconds of ads in between every game so that we don't get ads during the game, but I never think to run ads. States. US states by square miles. Okay, good luck, guys. Draxiar, hello. I don't know anything about this one. Oh no. I will give you this one. That is the second largest. No, other way, Draxiar. Other way. It's the second largest. That's the largest. Yeah, Alaska is the largest. Texas is the second, I think. Pretty sure. But yes. So, I think I have fixed some computer issues. Stop helping. Okay, I was trying to help Draxiar because I said they didn't know anything. Yas Queens definitely knew Alaska was large, okay? I will stop helping now. I was trying to be a good host, okay? We did really well in Mambo number 5. we did Mama number 5 really well, and then we get to States and Draxiar was like, I don't know this. I'm like, I feel bad, okay? Exactly, I want to keep the leaf forever. I do think Colorado in the middle is a fine spot for it. But yes, so I have hopefully fixed some computer issues and can add Valorant to stream schedule a little more again. Although don't get me wrong, I still really enjoy Gundam and Pokemon Unite, but I want to play Harbor. But we'll see. We'll see. I honestly have no idea if Colorado or Montana is bigger. I think Montana might be bigger, so I think you're right. Oh no, Montana's definitely bigger. I was confusing with like Minnesota. I don't actually know if Montana or California are bigger. No, Alaska's definitely bigger than California. Yeah, no, Alaska's like 5 times bigger than California.
You sorted them all. Let's see your score.
My Montana is like a big rectangle and California is like skinny, so I wasn't sure which one of those would have higher square like miles. Montana has a little less. Yeah, 10,000. That's why I'm like, they're gonna be really close. Well done. Well done, guys. Not bad. What am I grabbing? I want to grab my model. Aha, I'm back.
Your very last round.
Last round.
You'll have 2 chances to sort everything out. You've got this.
Wait, 2 chances to sort things? Interesting.
Okay, pick a prompt.
Oldest service to newest service. I don't... Oh, websites. Interesting. Or mystery prompt.
Mystery prompt. The suspense is killing me.
I also pick. I obviously pick mystery prompt.
Soup. From oldest soup.
We should have picked websites. What is this? Bar Harbor Foods Chowder? What? Trash is still an option. How do we know what's not? What's fake soup? Oh, Geico soup? Geico soup is probably fake soup. Never mind. Nah, trash that. Trash that. Yeah, get rid of that. Dinty more beef stew? I don't know. Yeah, maybe the Oh, we're going to old? Okay. I'll say maybe the middle. Lipton onion soup mix. I'm gonna go like here. Wait, Lipton. No, that's tea. Oh, wait, no. Lipton is tea, isn't it? I was thinking the middle. Does Lipton make soup? Makes dry onion soup mix? Okay. Yes. Hi, Lord of S'more. I want s'mores now. Yes, they do. Crying. I don't know soups. I saw the iced tea brand and went, nope. I feel like fire and brimstone soup is not a real soup. Gain is laughing at us. I don't like soup, okay? I am not a soup person. Go doesn't hurt. I don't know. How does anybody know old or new soups? Amy's organic soups. I'm gonna put organic on the newer end. But we do, you're right, we get 2 chances. That's definitely newer, right? Like anything that says organic, it's gotta be newer. I was pretty sure website was gonna be like incredibly esoteric. Campbell's. Yeah, I kind of feel like it's in the middle. I probably would have put it in one spot to the left. Progresso soup. Nobody uses it for actual soup. Lipton onion soup mix is typically used. Oh, yep, that makes sense. Yep. Seinfeld soups. I have a strange feeling that's a fake one because Seinfeld is a TV show. Onion, gotcha. So it's not actually used for soup. It's used in breadings and dips. I understand. Okay. Wolfgang Puck ready to serve soups. I have a strange feeling Wolfgang Puck might not actually produce his soup. But he is a famous chef. No streaks found. Campbell's is the oldest. Kettle and let me move myself. And Kettle and Fire is the newest. Endorsements for the win. We are so not based in soup category. We are not based in soup category. We peaked at Mongo number 5. I feel like I'd put that right behind Kettle and Fire. And maybe Wolfgang Puck right above it. Trash? Wait, why trash? You think it's not a real soup? I don't know. See, I don't know if this is soup. I don't know if he would like make ready served soup. But I feel like he might. Like, I feel like that's just a thing you do when you're a chef. Progresso soup? This is a car insurance, isn't it? As I now process information. I hate everything. Progressors, I don't know soups. Okay, I feel like Lipton's probably old though. Progresso is a soup. I only see it as tomato sauce. I thought it was progressive. I did think it was progressive. Yes, progressive with the cards. This isn't flow. No, I feel like the Lipton onion powder then is definitely old. The dry soup sounds like a 60s, 70s thing. Dinty more beef stew. I'm sorry, I'm making split decisions here on stuff I know nothing about.
The blocks are locked.
Okay.
Come out on top.
Hey, okay. Yeah, Wolfgang Puck had to be newer. And then right there would be where Progresso goes, if I didn't throw it out.
Just short of perfect.
Not even close to perfect. What are you talking about? Okay, good luck, other team.
Next team.
We should go with websites. Oldest person to newest person? Come on. Why did it have to be soup? Oh, it's sports. Oh, you're right.
Mystery prompt. I'm nervous for
Watch it be like singers.
handle sitcom series finales. From earliest finale to latest finale.
Okay, I feel like you gotta put Malcolm in the middle. But I don't know. What we learned today is that I know nothing about soup. Stars don't really eat soup. But yeah, no, it is 90s. Juan! Man, yeah, you either. You see, Sage really eats more like stews than soups. Broccoli cheddar soup. I eat soup when it's made and stuff, but I don't like know anything about canned soups and soup brands. Like chowders. I like bisques if I have to eat a soup-based thing. Like I'm a fan of like lobster bisque. I like soup when it's like pot pie filling. Chicken noodles is not bad. I like it. I just like don't buy it. Meat over soup? Yes, I agree. I'll take a sandwich over soup as well. I can get behind like a good French onion soup. I keep trying to help. Your family gives you the most meat for dinner because they know. Yes. Yes. I'm trying so hard not to help. I mean, West Philadelphia, born and raised on a playground is where I spent most of my days, you know? Going all relaxing by the pool when a couple of... Wait. And a couple of the guys who are up to no good. Something in my neighborhood gave him... I do not know the opening anymore. Wow, I am a failure. I'm Googling it now. Now, there's a story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down. I'd like it to minute, just sit right there. I'll tell you how I became the prince of a town called Bel Air. Okay, yes. Started making trouble in my neighborhood. Yeah, but there's like a line I'm missing there. Oh, no, there's not. You're right, that's just it. It's in West Philadelphia, born and raised. On the playground is where I spent most of my days.
Blocks sorted in the correct order will stick together in a streak.
Chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool. That was it. And shooting some b-ball outside of the school. That's the line I was missing. When a couple of guys who were up to no good started making trouble in my neighborhood, I got in one little fight and my mom got scared. She said, "You're moving with your auntie and uncle in Bel Air." There we go. Yeah. And I know there's I was for a cab, and when it came near, the license plate said fresh and it had dice in the mirror. If anything, I could say that this cab was rare, but I thought, nah, forget it. Yo, home's to Bel Air. No, I pulled up to the house about 7 or 8, and I yelled to the cab, "Yo, home, smell you later." I looked at my kingdom and I was finally there to sit on my throne as the Prince of Bel-Air. It was a good show. I thought you were gonna throw that out. I was like, yo.
That's all of them. Let's see how you stack up.
Out does it go? Oh no. They did it. Unlike us and our soups.
Wonderful job.
Wait, do they beat us now? Well done. Well done, milk before team. Well done.
Hail the Quicksort champions.
Let me spell things right. So, I like that game, but that game feels like devil in the details kind of thing that like you really need to be like in person. I hate that I can't make you stand. Are you out of points? Did you throw too many things in my face that one day? Yes, this feels like one of those games that like really, oh, I can put it back. I got rid of it when I was playing ranked, or when we were playing Pokemon Unite and I wasn't playing on my computer. Here, I'll put it back for you. I never added it back, my bad. I was making fun of you and it was my fault. It's back now. You bonked me. Radioactive pumpkins again? Okay. Okay, this means we are playing Junktopia next. And now I have to stand, so please hold while I stand. Goodbye, cruel owl world! Ugh, sorry. There was a falling sound, which was the thing that the wires kind of got like moved around in, and it caused from Crazy Diamond or Zawaldo. Is that a question? Zawaldo, come on. I don't even think like Crazy Diamond is in the same category as the world. Crazy Diamond's okay. Hola! Hello, Mariala. How are you? But if I had to pick a stand, Golden Experience, what's it called? The second version of it, pretty solid. Pretty solid. Trying to think, is there anything? Weather forecast is pretty good as well. Not gonna lie. Software for the, okay, you're not wrong. It's a fun one. Metallica's, or is Metallica the stand or Metallica the person? I don't remember. Theirs is really cool. I think Metallica's the stand. Like manipulating iron, and like magnets and stuff, could be really powerful. But yes, time for Junktopia. I was just letting the song play. So give me a moment and I will set up some Junktopia while I stand. Wait, I'm sorry, what? Oh, we're talking about JoJo's stands. Junktopia it is. As always, if you'd like to play with us, please go to jackbox.tv and log in with your Twitch account. If you don't do it, you won't be able to get into the game. We've exposed Anime Man as a JoJo fan. I am a JoJo fan. Absolutely. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bigger One Piece fan. I'm a huge One Piece fan. But okay, the code for the game is NKLS. Bam. I'm also a big fan of Bleach. I need to start watching the new release. I'm a huge Gundam nerd. Massive Gundam nerd. I have like 20 something Gundam models. I have been released from homosexual infant penitentiary? No. What? What, Gannon? I didn't fill it before you could get in. I'm so sorry, Gannon. Yeah, I have to pick a thing real fast. I can pick a hat. We are drinking. I apologize for him. No, carry on, carry on. I was debating if I wanted to have a drink earlier. I'm gonna put it on auto present, and then I can pick a hat. A pompadour. Turn presentation mode off. Shush, shush, what? AKA baby jail. Yes. 5, I've had 10. I doubt that. If she's had 5, I don't believe it. In the game, you can still join the audience, which is absolutely true. Feel free to join in the audience, as we will now be beginning some Junktopia. And now that I have a pompadour, I must change my opinion and pick Crazy Diamond. I have had 5. He decided double. You have had 5. You're insane.
Humans, welcome to Junktopia. Y'all may have noticed I've turned you into frogs, but don't worry. I'll poof one of you right back if you make the most profit reselling some strange antiques.
Okay.
I love weird old human things, but I hate their boring backstories. That's why I need you. Here's the plan. First, I'll take you to a local shop to buy a mysterious item. Then you're gonna name that item and give it some funny details. Make me laugh, gosh darn it. Finally, it's time to showcase your silly item so your peers can appraise it. The money you paid for your item will be subtracted from the appraisal value, and voila! You've flipped it for a profit. Hopefully. The frog with the most money at the end of the game wins. Think of it like a quest to get your bodies back. A real Zero's journey.
I'm just excited because this is like just better Bidiots. Bidiots is back, guys.
Let's start things off with a little retail therapy.
Okay. I have auto present and verbal mode off, by the way.
There should be 3 items on your device now. Some stuff to think about. The item you get is going to be appraised based on the funny backstories you're going to write. So buy something you think...
Yes, Bidiots and patently stupid. Yes. Yes.
Buying a more expensive item means you'll get just a little bit less profit when you flip it. When it comes to winning, there's more than one way to skin a unicorn.
Wait, how many ways are there to skin a unicorn?
Hey, little tadpoles, join our audience and play along.
I mean, I like this one. Ooh. Oof. My haggling did not go well, guys. Okay, I'm currently a huge fan of this game. We're cute little frogs. We're about to sell you guys random junk.
Some nice discounts there from the audience. Shopping's done. Get your card punched on the way out. After 10 items, they give you another card.
How far in the Loot Land can we go? You can go pretty far in the Loot Land. My only rules here is basically like no hate speech, and like, you know, don't be like aggressively mean to other people in games that aren't like that. Audience gave me a discount. Thank you, audience. But yeah, you can get pretty far in Sussy Land. Just like no hate speech. You know, don't violate TOS, of course. But saying lewd things is you're fine. Name your item. Brown pumpkins.
Tick-tock. Get that name in.
Making them bats. They're brown bats now.
Next, dream up 2 hilarious facts about your item. For each fact, you can either fill in one of 2 prompts or write something of your own. Spin me a tale. Your time starts now. Get hopping.
Brown bats, did they shit themselves? No, that's a Ganon special. They're just brown. Toe shots, baby, let's go! Drink responsibly, everybody. Apologies in advance, Ganon answered these. Amazing. Orange bats, okay. I do like it. Very bright. You guys have a little over a minute left to finish your prompts. Everybody's got his friend. That tracks. Yeah. Here, I got your tab. But let's do lights, gradient, orange, yellow, orange. I don't know if I love the yellow. Maybe red, orange, yeah, red. Maybe I did Issei. Well, if it isn't an Issei. Hello, Issei. How are you? What's up? How's it going? Kelsey and Draxiar, you have 20 seconds left. Orange, brown, orange. Okay, there you go. How you doing, Issei? How you doing?
These garbage monsters are looking good.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Let's hear those new backstories.
I gotta see our items.
Peruse and appraise a chunk of your items, and then do it all again for the rest of them.
Been tired. I feel that. We're tired of this. I did as well. The Raven of the Sussy Skull. It will land upon the sussiest person in the room. It will then peck at them until they die, or it finds a sussier person.
You got a knack for these facts, Jack.
Next. Oh dear. Mummified Mortimer Mouse. This is the mummified corpse of Mickey Mouse's predecessor. Sadly, he died before his silver screen debut in an adult diaper accident, and Mickey replaced him to become a star. Busy, I feel you. Sir Dumicus III. Its previous owner was infected with stupidity. This work resoundingly answers the question, why do is yes?
What an incredibly rich backstory.
Vintage living doll. It was told that a queen made a deal to live forever and purchased this. It was fake, obviously. She died. Nice and cuddly for any child, I assure you. Ignore anything else it's said about it. Or anything else it's said about this. Sag? But yeah, I feel busy. I feel that dolls are so scary. I agree.
First, a review of some of the worst things I've ever seen. For each pair, pick the item that had the funnier facts. Try your best to recall your laws.
Interesting. So it's ranked choice voting of some kind. Interesting.
Calculations concluded. Time to see how much these barf bags are worth.
Raven of the Sussy Skull is worth.
This item's true worth.
Hi, it was me. 8,000. Okay.
Here is the audience's input.
Thank you, audience. I'm glad you like this. I love this. I also really like this game so far. Okay. 7.8k profit. I'll take it. The mummified Mortimer Mouse. Another 8 votes. Beautiful. Bonehead. I picked a little raven on the skull. How like? Oh, Bonehead. You're funny. 7 votes for the Dumicus. Okay, not bad, Daffoots. Good item I tried. Exactly. The vintage living doll. 5 votes. Okay. Dolls are creepy. This is true. Oh, look at that face. Oh my god.
For your shopping pleasure, some new treasures. I call them my pleasure treasures.
Please don't say that. I'm just gonna scoot myself to the right a little bit. Actually, no, I'm not gonna do it that way. I'm gonna do it this way. The ghost effect of Bobbington III was made using piss. The woman on the bench ended up cucked.
Wowzers.
Okay. This is Goctarina of Time. The previous owner was a goat boy wearing a green tunic who kept yelling. If you blow into the goat just right, it will take you forward in time, but also turn you into a goatopus, a giant octopus hybrid. Or a goat octopus hybrid. I can't read. The chair that is made out of bacon. Bacon. Whoever owned this was hungry as fuck and just couldn't wait to eat it. The lumps are for your tasty comfort with a yummy scent for your nose.
The real treasure is the frogs we made along the way.
The elfin butt plug of power. When inserted, it will give you a +5 to all archery skills. Minor concentration debuff may apply. Let's be honest, the egg is often used as both marital aid and battle enhancement. Who did this about? You're all hilarious.
Praise alone.
D&D references? AAA, yes. Oh, this will be a tough round effect. It was. I struggled a little bit.
Time to see what these toilet puppies are worth.
I'm just playing with kinetic sand right now. I do love kinetic sand. Bobbington III. I could tell this was written by Ganon. Aw, 2 votes.
Cash you put down.
The Goctarina of Time. Ooh, very nice calcium. Very nice. The chair that is made out of bacon. More votes. And the elfin butt plug of power. 14 votes. Holy shit.
Oh my. Now that is what I
Yeah,
call a
that's what I call a profit.
Who is leading this riveting competition.
We know who's leading this competition. And it's Lord of S'mores. With an elfin butt plug of power.
A flip so nice we'll do it twice. You're gonna go shopping again, except this round there's gonna be a mystery item. Could be anything. A treasure for a song, or complete trash for a very expensive song.
Do I want the random item? Do I think I can make a good item out of one of these?
Send a thank you note to the audience for that discount. So ends our shopping.
Thank you, audience, for discounting my very cheap item I bought. I hate this. I hate the item I got. I picked random. I hate this. This is kind of gross. Kind of amazing. I did not. Oh, it's shopping. It's like Gengar beanie looking thing. A Genki beanie. Can we name his potato Sam, the elf magic guy? Wait, does he have a potato? Or are you talking about this potato? This man's. I did the best with a rough item. The elf magic guy might have a name. We can find out probably at the end of the song, I would guess. Perfection I have? Oh no. Oh dear. Okay, it is time that I sit back down, so please hold. Aha! I feel like my answers are trash. Mine were okay. They were okay. Well, I might need a better title. Feel ashamed of what I've done? Oh no. 20 seconds left, Draxiar and Lord of S'mores.
That's it. Pack it up, Herman Smellville. It's time to learn about the items you bought.
Okay, group 1. We have a slightly sticky PC of mystery. The front is yellow because, well, When certain fluids dry, they can discolor. With a built-in 28.8 kilobyte modem, you too can watch real player 4 porn at 1 frame per minute.
Huh, a lot to think about here.
The ball jar. By writing a person's name on the jar while picturing them, their balls will be cut off and added. Like the Death Note. Warning, do not consume the balls in the consumption may lead to rash, irritation, dizziness, vomiting, and death.
Sure, that sort of makes sense if you don't think about it too hard.
Okay. What is this? Piggy's first cursed cup. At night, it will come to life and start slowly siphoning your blood into itself to be reconsumed in the morning. It doesn't need love, it just needs to have you inside it. It thinks you feel very good today. Winky face.
Sheesh.
Chair for 3-legged pets. This plush seat is designed to make pets with fewer than 4 legs more comfortable. It can also be used by pet owners with 3 legs. That is a leg, right? I want to throw him back in the ball jar. Same. Nothing like pickled testicles.
Time for some praiseful appraisals.
'Kay. I know what you mean, guys. These items. Okay. Amazing. The ball jar is paying.
The numbers have been run. Let's see what your items are now worth, dollar-wise.
The slightly sticky PC of mystery. 6 votes, very nice.
But you bought it for.
Hey, not bad. It's a solid profit. The ball jar. I am sorry, okay? I didn't have a lot of choice. This is my random item. I had to make it work. Piggy's first cursed cup. Not bad, not bad. Okay, burn the stream down. I didn't have a choice! Nicely done, Niagara. Please add enough of the suffering. I had to do something with it.
And also on
How did I get that many votes? Probably the penis joke. What the burned doll? If your house is haunted by the ghost of a young child, we have a solution. No more having to go to a burned down orphanage to get a doll to get rid of ghost children with this. Very good, yes. Very good. Hello. Nice little piggy. Come, come, take this cute piggy out for a walk. Take it home, make it your pet. You will not regret. It smells, give it a wash. If it rots, there's no refunds. Be aware not to take it out with other pets. Jinx, hello, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the order. How are you, Jinx? Is Sage defending you from Ganon appropriately? Scary sithing to fight off sleep paralysis demon, I'm guessing. Might give you dreams. This merchant is actually screaming against the sleep paralysis. Like your dreams about your sleep paralysis dying in front of you. You know who Jinx is? Yeah. Say doing a great job? Yes, good, good. Your mom's drinkity drink. The liquid should be safe for only your mom. This was originally gifted to Queen Elizabeth. The second, I'm assuming.
I think we can all
Yeah, no. You know, I've seen Jinx in Sage's stream. Also, I love the Iron Mouse emotes. Iron Mouse, big fan. Do love the mousey. Iron Mouse extremely based? Yes, yes. And I know you're biased because Iron Mouse is Puerto Rican. Jinx and Sage bully me, not the other way around. Ganon? Okay. I'm sorry. I know the truth.
Your peers appraised this for... And you pay this much.
Okay, you know what? Not bad. Not bad. Exposed live, sheesh. Truth is they bully or you're just trying to survive. I don't know about that. Hey, yo, nice little piggy popping off. You can also find more details for the like command down in the about section. There's a link with the document. Exposed live, sheesh. Yes, yeah. Your mom's drinkity drink. Well done, Sage. She has a chocolate emo? That's amazing. I just have a measly bonk. Damn, Lord of S'more is still kicking our butts.
Almost to the finish line. Time to consider all your items at once. I want you to give your object collection a name. Write a title that unifies your set.
Oh man, God, I'm getting too many to name it. Oh God, oh noes. It's around the time my mom caught my brother playing Jackbox Park 9 and proceeded to hit him with a rock until he stopped moving. Oh, excuse me, what? No, you can't do that. The RuneScape Pleasure Pack DLC, the 11 Trinkets of Sussy Venge, the Animal Tragedy Collection, new Happy Meals toys.
For your favorite collection.
Amazing. You see, I don't believe you though, Stonk. I don't believe you, but also welcome.
And now this batch.
The True Polymorph Collection. Sage's Butts Toys. Your fave? Christian and taste what? I lose, so just fuck this.
Pick the set you prefer.
It was your fave Christian and tasty house. Ah, I see, yes. I couldn't read fast enough. You're concerned, face. I'm concerned with this tragedy? Yeah.
And now we see which lucky duck will no longer be a frog, but a human who wishes they were a duck.
Who gets to be humified? Lord of S'mores, well done. Well done.
Magic.
Oh, gross.
Oopsies.
Go back to being a frog, please.
Gotta figure out what I can flip, so I'll profit off of it, 'cause its resale value is what's funny to you.
Draxier, very nice second place.
The same, or if it's all in my brain, but either way you praise it, oh so true. this thing? And what does it sound like if the froggies sing?
Well, I'm still a frog, rabbit, catching the flies and sitting on my little log. Yeah, I'm just a frog. Well, you please set me free. I'm trapped with sticky.
Ow. Yeah, having to tie two of them together to the end was interesting. Knowing that, there's like, that you could plan for it, right? Like if you get a questionable item, you could try to toss it into the superior thing. I enjoy this game. This might be my favorite of this set. Let me add. Okay, if we do a Roomerang, we can do it anonymously. But yes, I think this is a fun game. Yeah, I had to pay more every time I haggled as well. But okay, what game do we want to play next? We can vote for anything on the list now. You can vote for your top 2 games that you'd like to play or see played. Go ahead and vote. What game would you like to play next? I'll give you guys a little bit to figure that out. I did, however, thoroughly enjoy this game. Oh, actually, let me run an ad while we're doing this. Not that I want to run ads, but I see one's going to start in 4 minutes anyway. And if I run one, we can get rid of pre-rolls and nobody get interrupted. So please hold and continue to vote. I'm sorry, I don't want to run ads, but they make me. If I run them manually, it's a little better because I can control when they get ran. Ollie, hi! How are you? You like the pumpkins? It's now all those ad people are gonna talk shit. Yeah! I'm just kidding, we would never. Also, it's only 30 seconds, so it's over now. But we've staved it off. Or just rat me out for being in chat. You came in, the shout out goes off. The lights change to Ollie colors. What do you want me to do? Yeah, right, Lord of Small. I hate that I have to run ads. Okay, so I mean, I'm not paying attention to ad incentive anything, right? I'm literally just running it manually because it forces me to run an ad at least 30 seconds every hour, right? If I run 30 seconds myself, I can get rid of pre-rolls, because if you run it manually, you don't get pre-roll ads, which is like super annoying. Just get rid of pre-roll ads. And if I can structure like my content like this, where I can run an ad in between games, I can make sure an ad does not appear again in the game. I did hear there's some like ad-centive things that like if you hit certain ad density, you can get like a good share of the ads, but I get like pennies off ads. It's fine. I'm literally only running them because if I don't, it's worse, right? Like I would rather run it in between the games than have it cut the game out again like it did earlier, which I was not even processing because I never think about ads, right? I wish I could not run them. I know it's Twitch's like main revenue stream, so they'll never not be able to run them. And I know Twitch is like killing anything that can ad block Twitch, and Google's doing it too, don't get me wrong. The thing is that it completely interrupts the content. There's not even a mini one. Yes, I know. It's super annoying. Master's giving Dobby a Glock. Master presented Dobby with a weapon. Dobby is free! Oh, sorry, I should have done it like this.
Master has given Dobby a Glock. Master has presented Dobby with a weapon. Dobby is free.
There we go. But yes, I agree. I think ads. So I think if you can fit it in between your stuff, right? I don't think it's the end of the world. Like theoretically, if you were playing Valorant, right, you could run a 30-second ad in between each Valorant match, right? And it's not going to interrupt your content a ton. It still sucks. Do not get me wrong. There's no positive for the content here. It's going to interrupt content. But like, it's better than nothing. Or like, it's better than it interrupting mid-content. Like, I don't know. Maybe we could do something fun with ads at some point. If they're going to have to happen, if I can make like a trigger for them with Bodyune, we could make a game out of it and do something in chat whenever an ad plays. But just to try to do something with it. I never notice. I never notice when an ad's gonna run. I wish I could make it like I could put the ad manager on my OBS, but I don't think I can. Like I use chat on OBS, right? But yeah, okay. Let us see. I will give you guys another 30 seconds to vote. Last chance to get a say in what game we are playing next. Going once. Going twice. So, ow! Ow, that was mean. So, we're gonna play another round of Junktopia. So give me a second, I'm gonna get this all set up for us. As always, if you guys would like to play, make sure you go to jackbox.tv and log in with your Twitch account. If you don't do that, you're not gonna be able to get in. I do not have any other dice sizes, I'm sorry. I will consider other dice sizes though. I only made one dice model, like, before. Okay, I'm gonna put an auto present again. Okay, the code is GWPL. Go ahead and hop on in. Sage is bullying you while aggressively drunk? That I believe. I mean, I don't believe that at all. Sage is a saint and would never do anything like that. I'm making quarters to call them D2s. I mean, I could. I want to do some more interesting things with the lights in the future. They're on my list. We have 2 spots left for anybody who'd like to hop in. We have Ganon and Sage. Amazing. Okay. Then shall we begin with the next round of Junktopia?
3, 2, 1.
Make sure you change it on screen too. What, the code? I did, I fixed it.
Howdy, humans.
I just always make sure I get the other thing.
Y'all may have noticed I've turned you.
Oh no, Sage would absolutely bully Ganon. I'm not saying Ganon wouldn't deserve it. I'm just saying Sage would bully Ganon. I have seen it in person.
But I hate their boring backstories. That's why I need you. Here's the plan. First, I'll take you to a local shop to buy a mysterious item. Then you're gonna
we're just listening to this again because I just like it.
Some funny details. Make me laugh, gosh darn it. Finally, it's time to showcase your silly item so your peers can appraise it.
Yes.
The money you paid for your item will be subtracted from the appraisal value, and voila! You flipped it for a profit. Hopefully. The frog with the most money at the end of the game wins. Think of it like
amazing.
A quest to get your bodies back. A real Zero's journey.
Okay. Let us begin. Is that God made of porcelain? It might be
There
later.
should be 3 items on your device now. Some stuff to think about. The item you get is going to be appraised based on the funny backstories you're going to write. So buy something you think you can make hilarious. Buying a more expensive item means you'll get just a little bit less profit when you flip it. When it comes to winning,
Watch returns the codes and acronyms. That's fun. Great wins, play lots. Yes.
join the audience if you haven't already. Water feels fine.
Pain. Don't know what I'm dingin fringle foul. Ah, yes, I understand completely. I definitely didn't try to haggle and then paid more again. It's fine.
Audience to thank for these discounts. You shopped till you dropped, and now it's time.
Lions, give somebody a discount. Yeah, I should never haggle again. I lose every time.
Now it's time to flip these babies. Let's start with a name. What should people scream in terror when they see your item?
I do suck at riveting people off. I really do. Name your item. You guys have 40 seconds left. Well, I tried. That's all that matters, Adrian. All that matters. Sage is taking another shot. Oh dear. Sage is up to 8. Sage better find some water soon before Sage can no longer get up to find water. How dare you fire nut fireworks on my stream?
Next, dream up 2 hilarious facts about your item. For each fact, you can either fill in one of 2 prompts
Please stop outing me,
or
thank you.
write some of your own. Spin me a tale. Your time starts now. Get hopping.
I dare. Okay. Y'all aren't ready for my item. This is gonna be good. Oh no. I can barely feel my fucking toes. Okay, Ganon, you need to go water too soon. I see you said food and water here give me strength. I'm giving me power. So I hope you are, you know, drinking appropriately. Yes, bat lights. 40 seconds left to write your descriptions. Salva's Glamburger. It fills the pockets of your enemies with a little pee. Iagra, 10 seconds left.
And stop. Let's see how far you dove in those dumpsters.
Let's see what we got.
There's enough of y'all to break this into 2 groups. Here we go.
Okay, group 1 has the cock and tea. This cock-shaped stick of TNT is the perfect gift for your least loved one. It has the explosive radius of 4 inches, which I swear is enough.
Golly, that's something.
Orc Yeti Alien Sniper action figure. This Orc Yeti alien figure is an example of Games Workshop being a little too loose with their licensing agreements. There's something about it that gives me the most confused boner, so that's gotta be worth something to someone.
I'll keep my opinion to myself.
Me too. Higher than a kite. You see, kids, this is why you don't do drugs. Things like this happen in your life. This scene is depicting what happens when you do drugs. Sage has had a lot of water, confirmed she's pissed 8 times in 30 minutes. That tracks. Your personal new daddy. Under the top hat is the milk that your father will always bring to you. His fashion style is like a man with a fat ass, and his cock would be enticing to anyone in his vicinity, hence a sugar daddy.
You got a knack for these facts, Jack.
Yeah, these are some good items.
It's time to appraise your items. Let's start with a recap of all the awful things you did. In each matchup, select the item you think has a funnier backstory.
Alright, so we have the 4-inch cock and tee. We have your personal daddy, the alien sniper. We have the You're High as a Kite painting. Okay. We did some awful things here indeed. Yes, we did.
All of the tabulations have been made. It's time to see what these toilet puppies are worth.
Okay, so my 4-inch cock and tee.
The real value of this item is
9 votes. Thank you. I try.
Here's what the audience thought.
Thank you for the lurking, Mari.
And you got it for
Way too much because I lost my haggle bad. No, cock and tee, like TNT. Thank you. Orc Yeti Alien Sniper action figure. Very nice, Iagra. Very nice. Ooh, not bad. Higher than a kite. 7 votes. Not bad at all. Halloween. And your personal new daddy. A solid 6 votes. Very good. Perfection. Thank you. Nearing half a handle Bacardi can smell colors and are being personally blessed by Zavala from Destiny 2. I have God, what's his name? Clyde from Destiny 2. I have a little figure of him. Or from Destiny. Nice little piggy son. Come take this little piggy for a walk, take it home, take it to the park, have a good time with him. We domesticated him better than his predecessor. It stands still even better. Still don't take it out with other pets.
the real treasure is the frogs we made along the way.
Ooh. The Great Golden Skull of Piggy Bank. It was famously made by the man who had a crystal skull out of his golden skull's cousin. Inside those eyes are all of your cash. Check it just robbed you blind.
Sure, that sort of makes sense if you don't think about it too hard.
Sage's bald-ass dog in human form. That's actually not dirt. It is Sage not giving her dog a real fucking haircut. Holy shit, this man's bald as hell. You could blind a country with his head. Sage's dog is so bald, blind people regain their sight on contact. Sage says, I hate Ganon. You leave Kashi out of this. My grandpa's last wish. A subject demanded this bust be made out of your ass. If you look in its eyes for too long, you will become spaghetti.
Check out this spicy number. Prepare your appraisal.
Okay, okay. Antares is the real spaghetti. I am not spaghetti. I am a star. Sage just banged her fucking desk and almost broke it. Amazing. I'm laughing so hard. Beautiful. I love it. Star spaghetti. No. I am not. I will send my bean after you.
The numbers have been run. Let's see what your items are now worth.
Sage's dog doesn't win. You are all dog haters. But is it Sage's dog or is it hate on Sage's dog?
The group appraised
The squeal of my little piggy.
and this is what you paid for it.
Very good, Adrian. Very good. The great golden skull of Piggy Bank. Not bad, not bad. My nose, like at the top of my nose is so itchy for some reason. Sage's bald ass dog in human form, 9,000. Okay, there you go, Ganon. There you go. Ooh, 10. 10. God, I couldn't believe it. Yeah. Amazing. My grandpa's last wish. Gosh, she's crying.
Let's see who's padded their score.
Yeah. Very nice, very nice. You woke up from his slumber to cry.
A flip so nice, we'll do it twice. You're gonna go shopping again.
Okay.
Except this round, there's gonna be a mystery item. Could be anything. A treasure for a song, or complete trash for a very expensive song. Those discounts are courtesy of the audience. And that concludes the shopping. I hope you like that dumb thing you bought.
My mystery is usable. I can make it work. You have 30 seconds left to name your item. I mean, it might hurt, but with confusion. Oh dear. I'm back. What did I miss? Chaos. That'll work. I still want to be friends with the little elf dude. You mean the one who turned us into frogs? Yeah.
Don't think, just act.
We can be frog friends. Okay, fair. I've not had half a handle of liquor in 10 years. I can see the future. Oh, God. So drink responsibly, guys.
Time's up. I can feel the creativity in the air.
Stage still sounds worse. Oh, dear. Oh, my, oh, dear.
Show off the objects you are proud owners of.
Okay, group 1. Nice little piggy's machine. Having trouble with your little piggy? Say no more. With this machine, all the misbehaved piggies will learn. Just insert your little piggy on the hole, and ta-da! You get a nice cracker with ham. That was the point, right? Right?
Wowzers.
Stop with the nice little piggy. Sage's bald-ass dog, but a cat. Something you'll find in the intestines is a potion that makes pets eternally bald. Cat lovers often refer to this as, why the fuck is this bald-ass fucking dog a cat? What the actual fuck, Blow? LMFAO.
What an incredibly rich backstory.
Dick and balls enlarger 3000. Oh no. Adjusting the lever and ring to the desired length and attach to your dick. After 69 painful shocks are applied, the process will be complete. On sale now for 100 low payments of $420.
Well, this object is certainly making me feel things.
It's making you feel things now. The demon egg. This egg used to be full of demons and souls of the damned. Your family's so boring, you need some demons to spice it up, so just hatch the egg and be on your way. Well, hello, Ella. And yes, you did. Hi. Hello. I was talking about the dick and ball enlarger.
Now start appraising.
Saying yay. Nicely done, Adrian. I meant to give you 500, but $5.99 works. Extra. But hello, Ella. Yes. There have been quite a few dick jokes made. Yes.
Calculations concluded. Time to see how
What? Acceptable? Yes, very good. Thank you. We have the goopy stamp of approval.
The value of this object is,
My little piggy machine.
and you paid this much.
And goop approval. Amazing. Yes. Ella, you need a little stamp that just says goop approved. So we just stamp things like that. Can I have it? Yes! Sage, same hat. Same hat. You need the dick and balls enlarger 3000. I mean, you're right, everybody wants a dick and balls enlarger, it's true. The demon egg. That stamp Sage approved. This is true. Sage should always be approved.
Come on,
Yes.
crew. Let's review the new slew of objects.
Okay, what you guys got? Blue closes big chair. One way to describe sitting here. The past of Blue and Steve. The tears are from other animals getting on it, and Blue fighting to get them away from it.
Huh, a lot to think about here.
Come sit at the titty face frog chair. It's supposed to make you feel amazing. After the creator made it, it is said that they saw Armageddon.
Oh, I think we can all see the value in this object.
The +3, -3 owl of disapproval. This owl just stares at you disapprovingly. Look at it. It looks back disapprovingly. That's it. Usually causes the -3 penalty to your skill checks. Unless you're into that sort of thing. Hey, I don't judge, you wacko.
Interesting.
The forgotten couch phone. Once it held its place atop the counter, then it was lost at all times until recently discovered in Sage's couch. If you try to charge the phone, all you hear is the sound of dialogue creeping into your brain. Sage are more like Susker. Yes. Yes, Ella.
Time for some praiseful appraisals.
Oh, I am sussy. Yes, yes, you are a little sussy. This is true. A little? Yes, a little. Lies? I don't know, how could I possibly be lying? You're only a little sussy.
All of the tabulations have been made. It's time to see what these toilet puppies are worth.
Blue's Clues' big chair. Fine vote's very nice.
And here's the cash you put down.
Not bad. Ow, ow. Candy. Yum. Consider taking Friday's chair. Ow. Candy hurts. Ow. The +3, -3 owl of disapproval. And not bad. Not bad. Forgotten couch phone. Ow. New order. Okay, okay.
It's time for one last shot to win. You're gonna quickly give your new collection of items an overall name.
We're gonna give him a name now.
Ties these trashy treasures together. Dream up a name for the set now.
I have a plan. Burger power. But yes, you guys can throw stop signs at me, you can throw bones at me, you can throw candy at me, you can bonk me with ghosts, you can throw a lot of candy and little diamondy bits of paint at me with the throw like bits thingy, or you can just throw a bunch of random assorted things at me, ranging from bears to M&Ms.
Let's recap these collections.
Okay, let's see what we got. We have the Cock and Ball collection. Peppa Pig starter bundle. The wonders of your childhood. Sage's bald-ass dog finally emerges.
Vote for the set you like best.
Go ahead and vote. I don't win. I'm stealing Sage's dog. do. What we got here? I once again just lose, so fuck it. Obscure Fetish Rule 34 collection. The Lost collection. The Bad Bitch series.
Vote for your favorite set of items.
It's okay. I'm going to definitely not kidnap Kashi because he's just going to come with me willingly anyway, so it's fine. Kidnap me too. Fine, I'll kidnap you. But again, it's not kidnapping if you're coming with me willingly.
Time to find out who will tadpole.
Spaghetti. I am not spaghetti. Gotta see it. It was me! With the cock and balls collection.
Oh my.
And as I won, here's a raffle! He picks at last. Here's some runner-up points. Take your runner-up points. Cock and tea. Feel proud and ashamed at the same time for my Piggy trilogy. Very nice. Very nice. I do have some nice legs. What does this say? Upside down? Send nudes. Yeah, I'm like weirdly good at reading things upside down. I've got a bunch of long stories about that. But alas, maybe for another day, because I think I am probably going to wrap it up here. Because it's midnight and I've been up for a while and I'm getting a little headache from, you know, staring at the screen and being so energetic. Also, we've been streaming this for like 4.5 hours and I need to stand up and like walk away and do something else for a second, which does not make great stream content. So, God damn it, Niagara. Well done, Niagara. Well done. Welcome back, Mari. Let me find somebody for us to raid. I don't see any fun friendos doing like Jackbox. So I think we're going to try to find another Jackboxy person. You did end the stream by clapping him, Sage, on that score. You were right. What is he? He's another VTuber doing Jackbox. Ooh, this person's doing a subathon and Jackbox. I don't know him, but we can go and support them in the Jackbox. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to start a raid over to Zoomy VT. There is the beginning of the raid. Here's the raid message. Go ahead and grab it if you'd like. Thank you all for coming and hanging out. I'm very happy my new stuff is up, like working again, which means we can do more fun things. Thanks, stream. Of course, it was a fun stream. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you so much, Antares, for making this night a lot better for me. I love doing this with y'all and I hope you have a lot more fun. Yes, we will do more Jackbox. Worry not. Not this Saturday, maybe Sunday for Halloween. We can do a Halloween themed Jackbox night. I'd be down. If you want to do more stuff and hang out, we've got a Discord, we got a Twitter. I make posts, I do stuff. You can find us all over those two things. For now, though, thank you all for coming and hanging out. I hope you had a good time. I hope you come back and have more good times. You know, if you like what we're doing, make sure you follow. If you really like it, feel free to subscribe. Never feel like you have to. But you can find us on the Twitter and the Discord. I'm pretty interactive in those things. And without further ado, I will catch you all over in Zumi's channel for Zumi Subathon, who we're going to meet and hopefully have a good time. I think I had one pot left.